My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
I'm Noble McIntyre of McIntyre Law, and I've been representing injured Oklahomans and their families for almost 30 years. At our firm, we've handled hundreds of crashes involving semis. They are huge vehicles, and when fully loaded, can weigh as much as 80,000 pounds. Most semi drivers are careful and professional drivers, but some big truck drivers and the companies they drive for are dangerous, and I've personally seen the devastating effects on families. If you or a loved one has been affected by a semi crash, contact us at 405-777-7000 or McIntyreLaw.com. We will fight for you.
Achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell and save 10 cents per gallon on every fill. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program or download the Shell app today. Platinum status is earned with 12 fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
It's back to school season for the kiddos, which means it's the perfect time to get your vacay on. Beaches are empty, resorts are quiet, and Cheap Caribbean Vacations has fall vacay deals up to, wait for it, 45% off.
Plus, you can score more site-wide savings and take an extra $50 off your booking now through September 5th. Take this as your sign to pencil in a vacay this fall and turn back to school season into back to beach season.
Go to cheapcaribbean.com to find your next all-inclusive vacay. Offer ends September 5th.
You can achieve platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program at Shell twice as fast by premium gasoline. Right now, you're less than 5 miles away from your closest Shell, so make a pit stop this afternoon and fill your tank with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Click the screen now to learn more about platinum status in the Fuel Rewards program or download the Shell app today. Platinum status is earned with 12 fill-ups over 3 months, 10-gallon minimum per fill-up at participating Shell locations. Terms apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/status.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Y'all ready for this? Let's get ready to rumble!
And welcome into the simulcast debate coverage from Digital Beacon US as well as KLRNRadio. Unfortunately, for some reason, we seem to be having an issue on the Digital Beacon X account, but I do have Aggie Rican join with us so far this evening. We have a panel that'll be rotating in and out. She's graciously, I guess, agreed to come on super early with me because it's even early for her. She came in before, she came in before Aggie time, but we're here. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine. I took it like I unplugged today. Most people didn't even. I checked my Twitter when I got home after spending the whole day treating myself to shoe shopping. So that was fun.
Awesome. Yay for shoe shopping.
I am a girl. Okay. Well, let's just say my shoes were falling apart. Like they came apart at the sole and I glued them. I used shoe glue. Believe it or not, there's something for that you can buy. And I used that. And I used it 3 times. And then the 4th time that they just came apart, I said, okay, I've had these shoes for 12 years. It's time. So it's not like it was a whim type of shoe buying. It was I need new shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Yeah, I don't know what's going on for some. The Digital Beacon X account won't kick over. It shows it's offline. And I have a spot open. It's worked every other time I've tried to do this. And now it's like, no, just kidding. No simulcast for you, fucker. Anyway.
So, yeah. So anything going on today that I should know about? Because like I said, I was completely gone.
Well, so apparently they have fact-checked the whole Haitians eating cats thing, and apparently it may not be happening. but it didn't stop everybody from having a lot of fun with it yesterday. And I saw some of the coolest AI stuff ever. I was sad though, because no matter how hard I tried, I could not get Grok to artificially generate Alf, because I still wanted Alf in a MAGA hat holding a sign that said "Back off, Haitian," and I couldn't make it happen. I tried for like 2 hours, and it would get close, but it kept looking like the freaking bear from what was it? Not the Berenstain Bears, the puppet one that came out years later, Bear in a Big Blue House. That was as close as I ever got it. Was a small version of that with a pink nose, and I'm like, that's not it. And I was like, this is as close as I can get. And then I was like, well, because of course with all the new capabilities, I wasn't sure, so I looked up to see if maybe I could upload an image of Alf to it to show it what I wanted. And it's like, well, I can describe him to you, and then it described it perfectly. So I'm like, well, can you generate an image based on the description you just gave me? And it spit out Bear in a Big Blue House again with a pink nose. I was like, you suck. You just dictated precisely what Alf looked like in the 80s TV show, and I asked you to generate the image, and you're like, no. But that's funny though, because our programming director was trying to do some fun stuff with Grok today too, and found another limitation. Apparently, Grok does not like to make Trump look like a puppet, which is weird because I was able to get him to make Trump look like a caricature screaming at the top of his lungs, and he was fine with that. And then I was like, well, maybe he's just not asking right, because just to try it. So I tried it, and it generated an image of Trump holding a puppet that honestly looked like it was some sort of love child from a Kermit, Bert, and Ernie three-way gone horribly wrong. Because it had like the collar-looking little flappy down things that Kermit has, but it's kind of a yellowish orange color. It had no hair, but it had the face that was kind of more shaped like Ernie, and it had the pink nose like they both have. And I'm like, this is terrible. I don't know who came up with this, but it's terrible. Actually, while we're just kind of goofing off here, I can actually show everybody the image. Might as well. That way, at least I'm not the only one who's been traumatized by a Grok misfire. Because, might as well.
That is kind of odd that he couldn't, be generated as a puppet. But I can't even see him as a puppet. Maybe it's just me. I saw the Harris puppet and I was like, yeah, it doesn't really look like.
But yeah, so that image right there is as close as I could get, which is kind of weird because it almost looks like I don't know if you've ever watched the show Farscape.
Oh yeah.
But from the profile, he looks an awful lot like Rigel holding a puppet.
Oh my gosh, you do. He does.
You're welcome. Now
I'm not going to unsee it.
Oh. But yeah, so that was as close as I could get anything tonight. Anyway, so Jeff is asking me questions in green room, and I can't type and talk at the same time, guys. I've tried to explain this.
Well, I'll be honest. I did get the shoes I needed, but I also got shoes I wanted. So, and then I decided to treat myself at Freddy's and had their crack fries. Oh my God. I don't know how they cook those fries, but they're the best fries on the planet. I'm not going to lie.
Wait, where did you get fries at?
Freddy's.
Oh, Freddy's frozen custard. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also did get custard.
See, I've eaten their burgers. I've never actually tried their custard yet. I don't know why.
Oh, it's it's ice cream, but it's a different way of making the ice cream to where it's more it's thicker and more flavor intense than regular ice cream. It's not as fluffy as ice cream. So it's great. But yeah,
we have people showing up in chat, so I guess I should make sure I can see that. Huh?
So it has been. It was a good break, you know. I knew with the debate coming up tonight that I really did not want to get into a lot of political stuff because I knew it was going to be it was going to be slung by both the right and the left. So, and I had an unfortunate phone call this morning. My mom decided to just
Uh-oh. What happened?
guilt trip. I hadn't called her in 10 days. So yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't take this anymore. And so that's why I went and treated myself to more than one pair of shoes. Yes, I'll admit it. I got 3 pairs. Okay. All right. 3, but they were all on sale. And that means that I am going to donate 4 pair that I have here. So not including the ones that are completely destroyed that I had to replace. So there's that.
So there's that. So not that I expect an answer, but when you say on sale, like how on sale? Like broke the bank still on sale and you didn't care because your mom guilted you, or got a good deal?
Oh no. My all of my shoes, all 3 pairs were under, with tax and everything, $90. So they were like 60% off. So of the sale price. But yeah, so I did good. I did really, really good. I mean, yes, I am known for having some pricey footwear, but living out here in the 6, I cannot justify pricey footwear. However, I will plunk down money.
I can't justify pricey anything.
Well,
I'm cutting back everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. I'm waiting for Ariat to have a sale on their chukkas because I need those. Around here, you need waterproof shoes. You need hiking, shoes that you can wear on uneven terrain and everything. And they have really good shoes for that. So I'm waiting for them to have a sale before I can do that. It's probably why I destroyed my shoes in the first place. They're not made for this terrain.
They're not made for country life, y'all. No.
They're not. They were not made for country life. So, is anybody else joining us tonight?
Gene is planning on joining us here in a little bit. I am still waiting to hear back from anybody else because lately it seems like it's weird because when I wasn't doing this full time, everybody wanted to do this and it was killing me to get it all done. Now I have time to set it all up and everybody's like, yeah, no, I don't want to. Like, really? Like,
I figure it's my regular slot, so I have no excuse. Neither does Brad, so he should be showing up too.
Speaking of which, hopefully he'll be here in a few minutes.
But I believe he had plans to be on here tonight anyway.
But I mean,
sure
it's not a big deal one way or the other. We'll mostly be just commenting as they do or don't say stupid stuff. But I did find something that I kind of wanted to get to before that starts because I found this earlier and I was dying. I am really sad that as much as I'm enjoying like being able to make images and stuff with Grok, I'm really sad that I don't have some of the talent that some of these people have because this had me rolling. Hang on, I'm gonna get it pulled up here and make sure everybody can see it before I start playing. So hang on. Let me get there and then it is there already. Cool. All right. I guess because I was already sharing that tab anyway. So hang on. Back it up. Make it to where everybody can see it. Hang on, there we go.
The fact is, the president is racist.
Kamala Harris is a fat bitch.
I'm speaking. And I'm a woman. Woman speaking. I am speaking. speaking.
Kamala, the moderators have decided that the mics will be muted like in the last debate, so no one can interrupt you. Isn't that great?
The border has been a complete mess under her. The number of people entering this country has been bigger than maybe any time in history. People are struggling to afford food, and she wants to give more free stuff away.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Yep, like I said, dying. Dying. But yeah, I was rolling when I saw that. Then there was the one that you shared that I'll probably play at some point too. Hey, our programming director is hanging out outside the studio, and now he's in. So welcome, sir.
Well, I was told I had to come here tonight. But I am drinking a wonderful hot mint tea from a Spirited Books coffee mug available in the KLRNRadio.com store.
Look at you. Plugging everything. Nice.
Trying to. Santa won't return my call.
Yet. She'll return it soon enough. Don't worry. Well, I hope. I need to get my merch soon. Now that my UPS situation is mostly resolved, I can now start to order stuff online from now on. But that was such a nightmare.
Honestly, it's good to be here. I mean, if Aggie could make it before 8:30, I know
that's like some kind of minor miracle. Just kidding, Aggie. Don't.
Wow. I'm normally here, but nobody's around to allow me into the green room or whatever you want to call it until closer to the
technically you're in the green room. I'm just not here to turn the key to put you in the studio.
Yes, that whatever that is. You know me. Technology is just not my thing. But I did get some really cool news today. I may get Movie Paul to come for a visit. So I'm excited.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for you. I'm still waiting for you too, Rick. So you know what? TikTok.
You're not. Don't lie to the people out there. You're not waiting for me. You're waiting for me to bring the executive producer, and you're just going to send me off with your husband to go do things.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, this is the part that she hasn't admitted to anybody else either. She wants me to come down so she can finally meet Gracie in person.
Yeah.
Yes. You must bring Gracie.
Of course, I'm going to bring Gracie.
That has to happen. So, actually, I was asking my sister if she wanted to come up for. I want to say she's the only. Well, no, two of them have not seen my new house. I've been here 3 years. They still haven't come to visit. One of them has an excuse. She's still a military wife, so she is kind of stuck with wherever the post is. But the other one does not have an excuse. She's literally just 4 or 5 hours away. So I was telling her that she should come up and visit me and hang out and everything. And she's like, "Oh, I will clear my schedule and I will let you know." 3 months later, I'm still trying to clear my schedule. I'm like, how? It's a weekend. I know you don't work during the weekends. I know, but it's going to be football and I don't want to miss any football. I'm like, I have a TV. You can watch all the football.
You don't live in a cave, right?
I know. She is the biggest football fanatic in our family. And I mean, seriously, I do not go over to her house if she's watching football because I can't speak. She literally tells me, "I don't want to hear you talking. I'm watching football." Okay. So, but I'm Our friend Jennifer Homestead is coming to visit. Yay!
Wait. What?
Yes, Jen Homestead is coming to visit early October. That's right.
And I'm just stuck up here in Canada by myself.
Yeah, Canada adjacent.
Yeah.
No, it's Surapia South.
I like calling it Canuckistan, but I like what did you call it? Surapia?
Yeah, it's the only way to make it work when it's not Canada. Because anytime anybody talks about Canada, I just call it the Surapian Union, and Surapian Union South is just too long.
Yeah, so she's coming early October, and then I'm getting Movie Ball late October, and then Erath is coming in November. He's going to come hunting, and Alaskan Courtney is going to be here late October as well. So I'm excited. I'm going to have a nice fall. Yay!
So I've got a listener on the text line telling me that he's watching on Fox News and he's been disappointed by their coverage all day because they have been seemingly pro-Kamala and very anti-Trump when it comes to the woman vote. So that's interesting. I haven't really been paying attention to Fox today, so I don't really know.
Like I said, I was completely unplugged. I was shoe shopping and having a good time.
Well, of course you were having a good time. You were spending money on shoes.
Exactly. Exactly. This is what I tell everybody. And no heels were bought. I bought very practical shoes. So there's that.
Somewhere Jesse Kelly is screaming.
Why?
When is Jesse Kelly not screaming? Have you seen his timeline?
Well, that's true.
But he's very anti-flats. Of course, he's 6'72", so yeah. So I guess I'm really going to be the only undecided on the panel.
Probably.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on if Ordy shows up or not.
Okay.
Like I said, I haven't really heard from anybody much this week, so I don't know who all's coming and who's not. I know Gene was planning on being here in the next few minutes, but he's also usually on train, so I don't know how long it takes for him to get home.
And let me clear that up for people listening. I'm not undecided on who to vote between the two. I'm just undecided on if I'm voting for anyone.
Oh, so you're one of those. Just kidding.
Yes.
Wow.
Sort of.
Yes. Yes. I am waiting for one thing and one thing only before I will pull that lever.
So them
And
trying to turn the country over to commies wasn't enough for you. You got to have one more thing.
I live in Vermont. My vote absolutely means jack shit.
Could still help with the popular vote. Just saying.
I don't play the Democrat game. I live in state of Vermont, and Vermont gets 3 votes.
I get it, but they play the Democrat game, which is why we need.
Well, I don't. I refuse to play by their rules. That said, if I could find a way to vote 50,000 times for Trump, I would actually do it and swing the state. But I get to have the luxury of voting with my conscience because I live in the dumbest state in the union, and that includes California, because at least California has some pockets of red. RFK Jr. said something today that if I hear from Trump, I would 100% be on board with. But until it comes from Trump's mouth, I can't pull the trigger for him. And it's frustrating because he is the better option of the two.
I know what it is. I know what he said.
Yeah.
H-1B visa for son of mine. Isn't that what he said?
The one thing RFK Jr. said is how Trump admitted to RFK Jr. that he was a little over his head when he took office last time, and he put people in positions he should not have done.
Right.
I would love to hear that from his mouth.
It
Because
would be really cool if he could humble himself like that. You know,
if he's saying it,
because
if he's saying it to RFK Jr., he should be saying it to those that do or are able to live with their vote of conscience because they live in states that they know it won't matter. But if he was to say it, all those voting of conscience people will pull the lever, and what Rick said about the popular vote will become even more likely.
Well, I mean, all I'm going to say is, and this is something that I have been going nuts digging down into all the crosstab data that I can find. The funny thing is, once everybody figured out that they were oversampling Democrat voters by 9, 10, 11 to 1, all of a sudden half the crosstab data isn't available anymore, even on the most recent poll that showed
I
she
noticed
was
that
winning
too.
by like a point. I found the crosstab data, but there was no sampling. It gave you the ages, but it didn't tell you how what the percentage was of people they were sampling in each group. So, and this is just from the other day. But if you, the thing that has the Democrats completely terrified, and you're finally starting to be able to see it because CNN is turning. There's been more than one story pointing out that, at one point she believed all these things. Now she's saying she doesn't. Then they pointed out the fact that she's using part of Trump's wall in one of her ads, which even they said is rather hypocritical. For CNN to say that is just amazing to me. But at the same time, if you go and you look at the polling in New York, she's not losing, but she's not winning enough. If that doesn't change, she may not even carry the popular vote because the EC is virtually gone if this thing remains a tie, because there's no way that she's going to be able to tip the scales if it's 50 49 50 50 51 whatever, or 49 51. The EC won't tip. But if she stays as low as she is in New York right now, even with her being able to carry a good bit of the vote in California because they recognize her name and they're stupid, she may not even win the popular vote. Hey, Gene's with us. There he is.
No, I agree with that assessment. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Were you people talking about the People's Republic of New York? Without
we
me?
were. Well, I knew you were coming in anytime now, so I figured I'd bring in kind of as a primer before you joined, because I'm sure if anybody knows about the polling in New York, that would be you.
Well, listen. If you guys have any thought that Kamala Harris is not going to win New York, put it out of your mind. She's taking.
Oh no,
New York.
I'm not saying she's not going to win New York.
Okay, what are you saying then?
What I'm saying is, based on some of the numbers that I'm seeing, if she doesn't get her numbers up in New York, she may not manage to win the popular vote either.
Oh, listen, they're going to turn out the vote in New York. They're going to run up the numbers there. There is, I believe, a ballot measure out here that's going to draw the vote as well. So, yeah, don't worry about it. That she's winning as far as I can tell, she's winning the popular vote. But we shall see. I'm willing to be wrong.
I guess that depends on how tonight goes, because I have a firm belief that if she tanks tonight, the next person to go will be Walz, and they'll try to shoe in Shapiro to try to steal Pennsylvania.
Well, it definitely was a mistake. By the way, hi everybody. Sorry, didn't mean to jump in like down everyone.
Hi,
I hope
Dean.
I hope everybody had a good dinner. I had my cat stew, which is really, really good. And so I'm feeling, fit and ready to go here. Should she have picked Shapiro? I mean, I would have. If Pennsylvania is your must win, and you have from their perspective, a great governor that can turn out the vote there, why not do that? It seems like it was a good idea. But listen, I think that ship has sailed. I think it's done. I don't think you're going to see anybody replacing anybody on the ticket just as a matter of law. I don't think it can happen. Ballots are getting printed right now, and they're going out to the military, and they're going to mail in wherever their early voting is going on right now. I don't see that happening. It's too late.
According to Raptor in the chat, she has 144,000 votes in Wisconsin already.
Well, of course she does. Why wouldn't she? I mean,
Yeah.
Listen, some of those votes came in duplicate form and triplicate too.
Well, I got in trouble yesterday because, like, within 5 minutes of them announcing James Earl Jones passing, I tweeted out that he would definitely be voting for Kamala Harris in November, and people got mad at me.
Rick, how dare you? It's Kamala. God.
Kamala.
No, it's Kamala.
Kamala.
Listen, even though she's called herself Kamala, it's Kamala. Listen. There were commercials back in California back in the day trying to teach everyone how to say her name. The problem is this is the generation we have right now grew up on WWF, and for everybody that's Kamala the Ugandan giant. That's how we grew up. That's how culturally people saw that name.
And it didn't help that when she was trying to tell people how to pronounce her name back then, Willie's Willie was in the way.
Well, it also didn't help that she went around with some guy in a mask and a pith helmet called Kimchi, going around trying to control her. So, but yes, have you guys seen that video going around of Willie Brown that hit the internet today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah,
that looks good for her. Is that your father? No. Good Lord.
He's not my father, but I call him daddy.
Yeah, it takes a lot of money to look that cheap too.
It does, actually.
Oh, sure. Awkward silence on that one, please. You people said words.
No comment.
Sorry, I was actually pulling up the Twitchy live blog because I'm pulling up double duty tonight. I forgot we were like 6 minutes in over there already and I haven't posted anything yet. So, yeah.
That's okay. It's only Twitchy.
Hey, now.
Twitchy's a big
Bitter
deal.
party of one. Your table's waiting. Bitter party of one.
Listen, any website that features something I said on it can't be that great. So,
well, then you just trashed KLRN because I play your stuff almost every other day. Sure.
I said what I said. All right.
Yeah, I'm not disputing it either.
I don't like you people anymore.
You
didn't like some of us to begin with.
Listen, I didn't I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. So
there you go.
I mean, I thought that's what we were all here for.
No, some of us here to make friends.
Oh.
So, by the way, which feed are we going to be going with for the in between stuff? Are we going to ABC? Are we going to Fox? Are we going to Newsmax? Where are we going?
Actually, I'm just going to be pulling straight from C-SPAN because then we don't have to worry about anybody else's bullshit commentary.
C-SPAN, lame.
Well, I figured since we're going to be talking over it, it's better that we're the only ones doing it.
Oh, listen, I'm totally cool with it. I like C-SPAN. I watch it every now and then. I'm a nerd. I admit it.
You a nerd? I mean, just because your sister called you one because of a post you tagged me in earlier. Yeah.
Well, and that post happened to be going wonky on politics. So yeah, I am a political nerd. I actually enjoy this stuff. I enjoy it. It's like my love of puzzles. Elections are big puzzles. Do you have all the pieces to put together the picture? Do you have the money? Do you have the people? Do you have the right message? Do you have a good narrative? Do you have a good opponent? It's all out there to be put together like a big old puzzle.
Be rad in the house.
Oh, God, they let anyone in.
Tonight?
I figured I'd pronounce it the way you spelled it because I figured that was a.
I thought, Rick, I thought you told me he wasn't showing up.
I told you I hadn't heard if he was going to be here or not yet.
Fine.
Miscasting on his part.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
I could have stayed with my family for this kind of abuse.
And why didn't you?
Because he prefers my kind of abuse to the family's kind of abuse.
We are your family, and we abuse you just as well as they do. So, yes,
it's every night is a coin flip. Which dysfunction do I attach to?
Hey, KLR Radio puts the fun in dysfunction, sir. It's time that you face this. And we have Andrew joining us as well. I guess he's figured out his dinner situation, so now he's in with us too. So, hi everybody.
Well, good evening.
Hello.
I'm getting dangerously
Hello. Yes.
being in the Paul Lynn square. I'm not liking it.
I'm sorry.
That is a dated joke. Wow.
You mean they didn't give you all the one-liners?
Yeah,
that
but
you're
we need to
supposed
come up. Yeah, that's just it.
That she doesn't have any policy. She has a lot of policies.
All right,
She
so
has
since
a-
we're getting
a
close, I'm going to
great
go ahead and
agenda
pull
that
up
she wants
the
to put
pre-show
forth to the
feed they
country.
have going on, so that
that's
way
what I would
hopefully
like to hear.
it doesn't do
But
anything
I would
weird
also
when I
like
have to change
address
over.
one caller when they said that she should be respectful to his supporters.
This
I
is what's
totally
currently
disagree
showing on
because
C-SPAN
his
right now.
supporters are very disrespectful and they're rude, and some of them you just can't talk to. So she's a very respectful person anyway. So I just think that call was just unnecessary and really didn't make any sense. But basically, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Joyce. Kevin in Hampton, Virginia, Republican. Kevin, our cameras are inside the Philadelphia Convention Center tonight. That is where all the media has gathered ahead of tonight's debate, and that's where we're going to hear from supporters of these candidates. Some already talking to the media ahead of tonight's debate. There'll be more in the so-called spin
I'll
room
give you one
after
guess.
the debate. Kevin, what do you want to hear
Probably,
tonight?
I don't know. I wasn't on the screen, so I couldn't see if anybody's.
I'd like to hear
well,
some
I'm on the
honesty,
screen visible.
some civility, and America really needs healing right now. So I'm just.
Well, the last time
hoping that,
anybody was typing like that, it was when Stacey was
we're
here.
able to.
Stacey's not
come
here, so that's why I was like, okay,
together
who is that this
and,
time?
Just really move past this dark period in our history.
Wasn't me. I typed faster.
All right, Kevin in Virginia, Republican.
Wasn't me,
Thorne
I
in
typed quieter.
California, Democratic caller. Let's hear from you next.
I usually try to,
Doing
or at least
well.
mute myself.
What do you want
if
to
I
hear
know I
tonight
can't.
during this debate?
Well, I don't think that we should have the standard where Kamala has to be perfect.
I'm pulling
and it's primetime TV. I'm just excited to see
All right.
see her take down Trump and
I guess they're
have it
taking
be
callers.
just,
See, we
a
need to
really
get
great
this kind of
prosecution
setup going.
of
'Cause
all
they have
that
like
he has
numbers for
achieved
if
in
you're
his
calling
life.
because you support Harris.
You call it
or Trump,
primetime
others,
TV.
and
What do you mean?
undecided. That's pretty cool.
I mean,
So,
I'm waiting for the next
Am I
season of House
in
of
the
the Dragon,
minority
and
in
this is the
saying
next
that
best
this
thing.
debate is going to be
We'll
much
take a
ado
look
about
at New York
nothing and
Times
kind of be
headline
like
by their media
confirmation bias for
reporter
all?
today, predicting the debate.
Oh no, I'm
ratings.
pretty sure you're
Super
probably
Bowl?
spot on, but
Nah.
you know,
Seinfeld.
I could be
finale?
surprised.
Maybe. And this
I
is
mean, the
what
standard
he
debate
writes
analysis
about
that I
tonight's
learned
debate. The record
from
for a
Fingers
presidential
Malloy
debate is
is
84
that
million
my
viewers
guy
for the
did
first
great
meeting in
and your guy
2016
did poorly, and that's the only debate
between Hillary Clinton and
analysis
Mr.
that
Trump.
ever mattered.
So Tuesday's bout between
Yeah,
Ms.
unless
Harris
it's
and
something
Mr. Trump,
even worse than what
which
Biden
will
did,
be
it's not
simulcast
going to
on
do
nearly
anything.
every major network, could theoretically draw an audience.
I mean,
akin
the
to
thing
that
about it is, I don't think
final
this debate's going to change
episodes of
anybody's
Seinfeld.
mind, and unless one of them just
76.3
completely
million,
tanks,
and
I don't
Cheers,
see
which
it
was
changing
80
anybody's
million.
mind.
Mr.
But
Trump's
at the same
presence
time,
alone
this
suggests a
isn't
large
just a
audience will
normal
tune in.
debate
He has
scenario either,
participated in
because
3
Kamala has
of the
basically put
4
all, and I
most
said what I
watched
said, Gene.
general
Don't look at me
election
in that.
debates since
She's put all of her eggs.
1976.
I barely
The
listened
Hollywood
to you.
Reporter with
She's
the
put all of her
ratings
eggs in this
numbers
one
for
basket.
the June
because
debate of
she
this
hasn't
election cycle,
hasn't
when it
done
was the former
anything
president
like
against President Joe
extemporaneously.
Biden.
She's done
The
one
ratings of
interview that
that
lasted
debate
like
drew
18 minutes and 30
51
seconds
million
total.
viewers,
16
way
minutes of her,
below
which was
the
speaking, and she still
2020
had to have her
numbers,
emotional support
which
governor
saw
with her.
closer to
So
70.
what
Around
astounds
73
me
million
is
in
the fact that you
2020.
can see
So
the
a
Democrats
big
are starting to
audience
panic, because I saw a
expected for
clip
tonight's
from
ABC debate, and
Nancy
we will be
Pelosi on The View, I think it
simulcasting
was
here
yesterday,
on the C-SPAN
talking about how she
network.
actually
Glenn
wasn't
in
really
Union,
trying to
Kentucky,
get Joe
Republican.
Biden to
Glenn.
quit. He just decided to do it, and all she really wanted him to do was
Hi,
change
Glenn.
taxes and run a different campaign. That's not what she said 3 weeks ago.
I
So the
wanted to
fact
call
that
because
everybody's
I
starting to
am
pull away
in
from
support of
this
Trump,
tells me that
and
even
I
they're
am
starting
been
to
in
be
support
afraid.
of Trump
Now,
since the very
there
first
could
time
still
he
be a
ran
moment where she
in
comes away shining
2016.
tonight, but I
And the
don't
reason
think she's
why
going to be able to
we
get her
originally
"I am speaking" moment, which is
supported
what they
him,
were
we can't
counting on.
forget that.
So
He
it's
was
it's
the
it's going to have to be
outsider.
something
He was not
substantial
a
now, because she's not
politician.
going to
He
get
was
her
brought to
"I get to be
the
a person of
country
a person,
as the
a female
president
person of color
because
making
he
a
was
white man
there
look bad."
to change things.
Kind of the whole thing she was
He
going
was
for.
brought
There
to
worked so well with
country
Biden the first time,
drain
apparently.
the swamp,
To
and
at least
to
where
get
she
rid
got
of
the pick for
corruption,
VP out of it.
to make America great
But that was
again.
mostly
And I don't see
Obama
why Democrats
anyway,
are so angry about.
I think tonight is clearly going to
great
be
again. Make America
Kamala's
great
to
again.
lose because
You know,
she
they're
has
so
not ever
against
established
it for some
a
reason. I don't
legitimate
get that.
All right.
agenda.
Glenn there in Union,
So she's got to
Kentucky.
unroll something
C-SPAN,
tonight. She's going to get
caught
called
up
out on
with,
stuff. And
people
even
on
if she
the
does a
streets about
fantastic job,
tonight's
all she's
debate.
doing is meeting the media's pre-hype for this debate. So she's going to break even at best because, oh, see, we told you she was fantastic, and then the needle's not going to move. It's only going to go down for her.
I keep forgetting that with this setup, even if I have it muted and we can't hear it, the audience can. So I had to fix that. Too many levers and switches now.
What do you say? You had to mute me?
No, I had to mute the video feed because even though we can't hear it, it was actually playing for the audience still. And I keep forgetting that it does that.
Yeah, that it was no problem. We can still hear everybody. Hey, Rick, I put something into the private chat because you mentioned about the "I'm speaking" line from Kamala Harris. Wanted to know maybe if you saw that and if you want to put that up on the screen.
Yeah, we can run it again.
Oh, you played it already?
Yeah, but you weren't here, so we'll run it again.
No, it's okay.
Oh, it was just me and Aggie before, so it'll be fun. Hang on.
Shame on me for being late. That's all.
Well, you know, you weren't late. You came in exactly when you told me you were going to. It's all right. Like I said, there's a lot more
Gene's a
people
wizard
watching now than we're watching before. So
That's great. I actually have to share it out right now. See, the sound isn't up on the video.
Oh, hang on.
Start it over.
Woman.
Dave, too many technical things. Hang on. Let's try this again.
The fact is, the president is racist.
Kamala Harris is a fat bitch.
I'm speaking. And I'm a woman. Woman speaking. I am speaking.
Kamala.
I'm speaking.
Kamala. The moderators have decided that the mics will be muted like in the last debate, so no one can interrupt you. Isn't that great?
The border has been a complete mess under her. The number of people entering this country has been bigger than maybe any time in history. People are struggling to afford food, and she wants to give more free stuff away.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
So yeah, there you have, and like I said, it pretty much showcases their entire thing they're hoping for is just to get one of those breakaway moments. Let's see.
Hey, Rick. Might be time to go over the drinking debate rules.
Oh yeah, we should probably do that real quick, huh? Which I should probably tweet
I'm
that
only
out.
here for the alcohol.
Well, you're always only here for the alcohol, so.
And the
kind of a given.
tacos.
Hey, I had tacos tonight.
I'm sorry. Did somebody say alcohol?
Lot of alcohol.
Wait. I'm ready. What are we doing?
Drinking.
All right, so tonight's debate drinking game card. Anytime you hear any of these things, you have to drink. Any mention of January 6th, the word felon, Bidenomics, inflation, stolen valor.
Oh,
Sorry,
this is not good.
Lawfare. Kamala cackles. Trump rolls his eyes. Either candidate shakes their head no. COVID/pandemic or any combination thereof. Biden's mental decline. Afghanistan. Arlington. Gold Star families. And draining the swamp.
Why don't you just put the word "the"?
So we're hooking up an IV to the bar, is what you're saying.
I mean,
Hang on, I'll be right back.
I mean, we have to make it entertaining. So.
Are SG1 rules in effect too?
Yes, always.
Yes, those are always
Okay.
in effect.
Try to figure this out. On CNN, Gavin Newsom said that Donald Trump is becoming a derivative of himself.
What? Wait, is he himself, as in Donald Trump, is becoming a derivative of Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's what he
What
said.
the hell is that supposed to mean?
That's a neat trick.
It's supposed to sound very savvy and intelligent until you analyze what he said.
Did they get Neil deGrasse
All right,
Tyson
Brad,
as a
I'm gonna
writer?
ask a simple question. I'm confused,
Neil
Brad.
deGrasse.
Is journalism class supposed to teach you how to be an idiot about news and reporting it?
All right, I'm getting ready for the drinking game. Hang on.
My man.
And the gentleman. Here we go.
And
So what are you gonna
Andrew,
do for the rest of the hour?
You know what? I don't know.
Andrew, just in case, RIP your mentions, bro, because you just went out on the Twitch.
Oh, I'll have to check. Was it my cat post?
Nope, it was your debate rules.
Oh.
I figured we could make use of it in both places.
Yeah, might as well. Let's see how many people are hurting in the morning. I know I won't be.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved Eric's response, which was like one of the first ones. Tomorrow's over under on participation leading to alcohol poisoning. 90%.
Well, a very simple way of making sure the debate doesn't cause alcohol poisoning is to poison yourself before the debate. I'm trying that
This is
right
true.
now.
I mean, I constantly pickle my liver, so I should be fine.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I had to add debate drinking to my daily day drinking. So
My liver is so pickled, Vlasic reached out to me for a recipe.
hey,
Did you see
I
now
mean-
that ABC is adjusting the microphone rules?
I did not. Wait, what?
According to Brian Stelter from the Spin Room, ABC producers are considering unmuting the microphones of Trump and Harris if something really newsworthy or, quote, editorially significant happens.
Oh, yay.
so what's the over under? Harris has
They
got
can
the
strap
debate
Trump,
question.
they'll do it.
They're
Boy,
going to try to.
nothing says the fix is in like discretion, right?
Yeah, they're gonna do everything they can to give her her I'm speaking moment. That's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somebody put up a poll. Am I starting with Jack, Honey Jack, or Gentleman Jack?
Yes.
Ladies first, honey.
Or you can wait, and Honey can be the one you go to bed with.
What is this weight bullshit? Stop it.
No, Honey can be your last one. You know, it's be your sweetheart you go to bed with.
I actually have a video to make for Buffoon of the Week, available on YouTube and the Twitters and the Rumbles, right after we finish with this. Because Governor Cuomo was in Congress today, and he's just a real piece of you-know-what. So, got to call that out.
Shit is the word you're looking for. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, it fits. It fits. I was going to say garbage, trash.
Flotsam.
Piece of gum on the bottom of my shoe.
Flotsam
I
and
prefer
or
to think of it as
jetsam.
Sure.
He's the rejected dingleberry.
Is there such a thing as an accepted dingleberry?
Possibly.
Aren't all dingleberries rejected? At least they should be.
Well,
At least
Eventually.
partially rejected.
By the way, for everybody listening out there, share the feed if you can. I put it on my YouTube. I'm sharing it via the KLRN YouTube channel. I put it on the Twitters on my 2 accounts. Get it out there and get people in here. The more people are in here, the more fun we can have, and the more people will see me drunk. So that's worth the price of admission right there.
Hey, I
That's
have
a
I have
salesman.
been to more than one unsustainable bar tab party. Gene drunk is fun.
Oh yeah. The aftermath is not so fun, but
Yeah, I always miss that part because I was usually on the early flight, so I was usually stumbling to my room by about 3, had to be up by 5 to get to the airport.
Okay, I know this isn't related to anything we're talking about right now, but I have to ask someone in chat, Denny, what chat room are you in? Because I cannot find you.
Don't tell him, Denny.
yeah, hey,
Don't tell
Rick,
him.
why
He's
don't you
an
tell
alien.
everybody
He'll come
where they
probe
can
you.
find the chat?
Well, the thing is, we have multiple chats. So right now we have chats available on KLRN Radio. We have chat on the KLRN Radio X account. We have chats available on my X account. We have chats available through YouTube. We have actually, I think I turned off the YouTube because I was trying to kick the Digital Beacon feed on, and for some reason X said no. And I don't know because I'm not getting an error message or anything. It just shows that it's offline.
You don't have it on Ordnance Packard's feed because he's suspended.
Well,
someone was a bad boy. Someone was a bad boy.
he always is. It was a miracle
I
he
did
kept an
nothing
account
wrong.
this long.
He
Hashtag
did
Ordy
nothing wrong. He just said K.
No.
No, that was
the
the
other
first of the first of the recent times. He didn't do anything wrong the second time either, but
yeah. I was suspended 24 hours later for suggesting that John McAfee would pistol whip Austin Peterson for being such a grifter shit. So apparently, saying that a dead guy, were he alive, would pistol whip somebody else is violent rhetoric.
I just think that your joke was so niche that nobody could figure out what the hell you were saying.
Exactly.
That's
So
probably
that must be bad because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, John McAfee's not dead.
No, he's not. He faked his death. I'm on the next juxtaposition.
He's probably snorting coke somewhere with Harambe.
Snorting coke and fucking a whale. That's my
At
president.
least we still have Betty White.
Do we?
Don't do that. Don't.
I want to cry.
Why? What did I do now?
No, you didn't.
No. At least we have Betty White. My heart just broke again.
You're evil.
Why are you the way you are?
Bourbon
Too
and
much
years
bourbon
of
and tacos.
practice.
Bourbon and tacos.
I
turned
where
fajita
a train could
tacos.
go off the rails while it's at the station.
Yeah.
Have you heard any of my shows, Brad?
How many cows have been killed this week?
None this week.
I can answer the question of what chat Denny is in. He's in the KLRN chat.
Or Rick's
I guess he
chat.
must be. I guess he must.
He moved.
That's right, people. I'm tracking all your movements out there. I have multiple devices set up, watching all your asses, seeing where you are.
Okay, Fed.
Why are you watching my ass? This seems wrong.
Because science
Fed
is still
away.
wondering
Hobby.
how the hell that thing came to be. That's why.
2024, make probing great again, okay? Just saying.
It did not being great.
Only once I get my handmaid's brood mirrors.
Is that what you put on your grinder listing?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Don't kink
Nothing
shame me.
wrong- There's nothing wrong with it. There's
I'm
nothing
too
wrong
sober
with it.
for you people as I take another drink.
Yeah, I got to pace myself. I got Manorama after this. Or in the middle of it or something. What time is this supposed to kick off anyway?
Actually, the
Hey,
debate
that's
itself
cool.
starts in about a minute.
Just in time then.
But shout out to Zelda in the chat. Gene is kind of like Rick if Rick had no filter.
Boy, that's dead on.
I think that's the nice way of saying that I'm fun.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Oh, Rick, these are your people saying that.
It's all right.
I'm upper management now. I'm allowed to bust on Rick.
Yeah,
I just
about
think
that,
that-
by the way, about this upper management thing that you're like lording over people now, apparently. How much ass did you have to? I'm going to say kiss. I'm not going to say give. I'm going to say kiss because I'm a nice guy. In order to get that after about 10 years, that's really impressive.
Well, it only took 4, and I'm really, really good.
I mean, that's just a humble.
I'm vice president of the United States, good at ass kissing.
Giggity, giggity, giggity goo. Stick around.
I cannot. Why am I here again?
Yes, Grand Poobah de doink of this and that and the other. Great job.
Kamala looks at me and goes, "Damn, girl."
Oh, I'm just reading that the meme has actually become reality.
What meme is that?
The left is wondering why Taylor Swift hasn't spoken out endorsing Kamala Harris yet.
For reasons.
I saw that.
Actually,
And
I heard she.
Remember how that used to be a meme on Twitter? Like,
Oh, yeah.
anything that
Oh,
came
yeah.
up, why hasn't Taylor Swift spoken out about this yet?
I mean,
I
could
don't
it
know.
be
She could
that
be
she
busy.
likes money?
She's busy, for God's sake.
I mean, yeah, it could be that she.
It could be that she likes money. It could be that she's dating a guy that plays on the biggest football team in the Midwest. Could that have anything to do with it?
There's football in the Midwest.
I mean, they claim it
Yeah.
to be football.
Did
All right,
y'all see
all right.
his new look?
All right, Rick, it's time for the volume. There you go.
I'm working on it.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's
Holy
ABC News
forehead,
presidential
Batman.
debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC.
How are you
and
doing?
around
I'm
the
your
world tonight.
insufferable
Vice
ass for the
President Kamala
evening.
Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the
I
stage
the
in
only
this
one who can't hear
unprecedented
that, though?
race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's
hear it.
meeting could be the most
Yeah, we can
consequential
hear it.
event
Lindsay has a
of their
6 head,
campaigns,
not a
with
4
Election
head.
Day now less
She
than
looks
2
like the
months
chick
away.
from Star
For Vice
Trek
President Kamala
wearing a
Harris,
bad
this is her
wig.
first debate since President Biden
I'm
withdrew
thinking
from the
she's
race
just-
on July
she shaved her head
21st.
back and
Of course,
split
that
that
decision
forehead
followed
so
his
tall.
debate against President
Which,
Donald
by the way,
Trump in
Chris
June.
Cannon,
Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to its debate, 90
Okay,
minutes
yeah,
with
this
2
is
commercial
weird.
breaks.
You
No
guys
topics
can all
or
hear it, but I
questions have been
can't.
shared
What
with
the
the
hell?
campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes
Do
for
you have your
rebuttals
earphones on?
and 1 minute
There
for
we go.
follow-ups, clarifications,
No,
or
because it's going to come through the
Their
same feed that
microphones
you
will
guys
only
are
be
on, so
turned
there
on
should
when
be
it's
no
their
reason
turn
I
to
should
speak.
not
No
be able to hear
pre-written
it
notes
and
allowed.
still be
There
able
is
to
no
hear you if
audience here
something's not
tonight in
working.
this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the
wait, I
final
know why.
closing statement of the evening.
My bad.
Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So
There
let's
we
now
go.
welcome the
Now I
candidates
can
to the
hear it.
stage. Vice President Kamala Harris
David
and
Muir
President
has only
Donald
become
Trump.
intimate with his bowl of bran.
Happened to me once.
That guy is so tight. It's not even.
Are they going to shake
Kamala
hands?
Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Hello, fascist. How are you?
Welcome to you both. It's
Did
wonderful
she
to
really
have you. It's an
introduce
honor to have you
herself?
both here tonight.
Good evening.
Yes.
We are
Well, they've
looking forward
technically
to a
never met each other
spirited
before,
and
so.
thoughtful debate.
So let's get
She
started.
give her
I want to begin
pronouns?
tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations,
She's
the
not a
dreams
middle-class-
of the
she
American
was never
people.
middle-class
And
kid.
that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing.
What does that even
We know
mean?
that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families
Trump
need
should, when
support
he gets to respond,
to
just look
raise
at her and
their
go,
children, and
"And
I
it's your fault."
intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib,
I'm
buy
hoping
a
her
car seat,
universal
buy
health care
clothes for
will
their
take care
children.
of that deviated
My
septum.
passion, one of them, is small
Why do we need
businesses. I was
reform if we're being
actually,
told
my
every day
mother
how
raised
great
my
the
sister and
economy is
me,
moving?
but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup
Wait a
small
second.
businesses,
I thought tax cuts were
knowing they are
bad.
part of the backbone of America's economy.
Only
My
when it's
opponent,
not
on the
their
other
idea,
hand,
because then
his
it's
plan
different.
is to
Remember?
do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax
Oh
cut
wait,
for
that's right.
billionaires
Not actually
and
giving a
big
tax cut. She's
corporations,
giving
which will
deductions,
result
which
in
means you're still
$5 trillion
taxed at
to America's
38%.
deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the
Now,
Trump
who's
sales
gonna
tax,
pay for that?
which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have
Why is
said
her
that
mistake-
that Trump sales
She's
tax
made
would
two
actually
mistakes
result
already. She
for
said
middle-class
that
families in
we need
about
reform when she's
$4,000
responsible for this
more a
economy
year
right now.
because
And she
of
says that
his
Trump's going to do what he did
policies and
before.
his
What was that?
ideas
Prosperity?
about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First
Dude,
of all,
she
I have
just
no sales
swallowed
tax. That's an incorrect
harder than
statement.
she
She knows
swallowed
that.
for Willie.
We're doing tariffs
That
on
was a
other
cold.
countries. Other countries are going to finally, after
Hell,
75 years, pay us back for all that we've
I
done
can't
for the
say
world.
that over there. Someone
And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. They would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country.
Let's not get crazy
I'll do it
there,
again,
Bob.
and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's
Somewhere
talk
in the
about
press
what
room,
Donald
Daniel
Trump
Dale
left
just got a
us.
chubby.
Donald Trump
Yep.
left us the worst unemployment since the Great
Because of COVID, you
Donald
fucking
Trump
retard.
left us the worst public health
Sorry.
epidemic
You're
in a
good.
century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Drink.
And
Which was
what
that?
we have
What?
done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances.
Says the woman
and
without
Then
a
Donald
playbook.
will speak.
what you're going to hear tonight
So she's
is a
giving
detailed
her
and
debate
dangerous plan called
strategy out.
Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president
She is
who
borderline
understands
having
the
a panic
importance
attack right
of
now.
bringing us
Watch her
together,
lower
and we
jaw.
have so much more in common than what
Well, if his
separates us.
playbook is so
And I pledge
tired,
to
why
you
does she
to
keep
be a
stealing
president
from
for
it?
all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy.
She's
We got
fuming
hit with a
she can't
pandemic.
interrupt.
And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died.
I keep looking for
Has
the
there been
shoulder
anything
shakers
like it?
being
We did a
talked about.
phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them
Just
over
wait, we're just
a
with the canned
country
lines
where
right
the
now. It's only
economy
the
and where
beginning.
the
She's not
stock
thinking
market
on her
was
feet
higher
yet.
than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs
Good.
bounce back, and it bounced
Thank
back and it
you.
went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So
How many rounds are we doing here?
Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks.
Damn it,
for
if
the
he doesn't
richest
stop
people.
shaking his head, I'm
I
going to
am
be drunk
offering
before
what
this
I
is over.
describe as
Did
an
she just say
opportunity
he has
economy,
no plan?
And the best
Yeah,
people
because she
in
stole
our
it.
country, if not
Wow.
the world, have reviewed our relative plans
Oh wait,
for
but I
the
thought he doesn't
future
have
of
a plan. How
America.
can you review a plan that
What
doesn't exist?
Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's
Who?
plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase
like
inflation
if
and by
it's
the
the
middle of
intelligent
next
officers?
year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for
She
you.
actually dropped the Nobel laureates with me on the panel tonight.
Oh, he
Right.
said something.
Hang on,
I
hang on,
went
hang
to
on.
the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's
Hey,
a
you
plan
know
that's gonna
who else was
bring
a
up
Nobel
our worth, our
laureate-
value as a
laureate,
country. It's gonna make
economist?
people want to be able to go and work,
Never mind.
create
Oompa Loompa
jobs,
Brady?
and create a lot
The
of
dick that
good,
worked for
solid
Enron?
Paul
money
Krugman.
for our,
Yeah.
for our country.
The
And
the,
just
the
to
advisor of
finish off,
Enron and the guy who
she
said internet
doesn't
was
have
going to
a
be
plan.
bad.
She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Take a look at our website.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs
You mean
the
all the
typical
things that are
family
made in the
nearly
United States?
$4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And you know, if she doesn't like them,
So
they
while
should have
yes,
gone out and they
tariffs
should have
are a
immediately
tax
cut
on.
the tariffs.
I mean,
But
it
those
is a
tariffs are
consumption
there
tax,
3.5 years now. Under
if you're
their
lowering income
administration.
tax at the same time,
We are
not
going
only
to take in
that's more than just a net
billions
offset.
of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or
70s.
eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America.
can
He
tell
invited
Obama's
trade wars. You want
speechwriters
to
been
talk
training
about
her,
his
'cause she says,
deal
"Let's be
with
clear a lot
China.
now."
What
She
he ended
needs
up
to say
doing
that.
is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to
She's starting to
China
bounce a little.
to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum
That's a word
computing,
salad.
focusing on what we need to do to support
Okay, in one
America's
answer, she just said she
workforce
wants
so
to
that we
develop
don't end up
American
having
technology,
on the
and she
short end of the
complained about us
stick
selling
in
ships to
terms of
China.
workers'
We gotta
rights.
do,
But
we
what
gotta do
Donald
what we
Trump
gotta
did,
do.
let's
That's
talk
not a
about this,
plan.
with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
That's a change of
President Trump
tune.
will let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's going to my philosophy. If she got elected, she'd change it, and it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well.
This is not a
But
good look
when
for
you
Harris
at
right
what
now.
she's done to
Someone
our
told
country,
her to
and
do
when
that,
you
and
look
she's
at these
doing it. How
millions
pathetic.
and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy.
Beautiful line.
They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
Of course
President
you
Trump,
do.
you often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year,
Why
you
is it
said
always
that you
the
were
woman that
proud to
asks
be
that
the
question?
most pro-life president in American history.
Optic.
Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote,
Is there
"I'm
an
gonna be voting
off-ramp
that we
before the
need
end of this
more
question?
than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed
It's less time
course
for Kamala
and said you would vote
Harris
to
to talk.
support the 6-week ban.
Can we pull over? I have
Vice
to
President
pee.
Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will
That's
decide
Virginia,
what to do
not
with the
West
baby. In other
Virginia.
words, we'll
Yeah, I
execute
thought
the
so. I
baby.
thought that was
And that's
Virginia.
why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical
I
in
can't
that.
hear West
And
Virginia
her
without hearing it in
vice
John Denver's
presidential
voice.
pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is
Take me
really
home.
out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion
Be
in the 9th
Kamala.
month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the
This
baby
is actually
born
true
is
because
okay.
he
And
walled
that's not okay
repealed
with me. Hence the
portions
vote. But
of
what I
the
did
Born
is something
Alive Act
for
in Minnesota
52 years
after
they've been trying
5
to get Roe
babies
v. Wade
were born alive
into
and
the
then not
states.
given care.
And through the
Well, that happened in
genius
Delaware with
and
Goswell.
heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices,
And the only reason
we
he
were
ended up in
able
jail
to
is
do
he
that.
got
Now, I
exposed
believe
and
in the
everybody's
exceptions
stomach
for
turned.
rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great
This is a
service in
great
doing it.
answer.
It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing
It is.
it.
The right
And I
answer.
give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Stopping the
as I
governor of
said, you're gonna hear
Virginia.
a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprise.
And that was actually legislation that was
Let's
proposed in
understand how we
Virginia.
got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the
Because
intention
he was Actually, the Heritage
of
Foundation
the
did.
of Roe v. Wade. And they did
True, the victory
exactly
goes
as
to
he
the soil.
intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a
Trump
doctor or
abortion
nurse to
ban.
provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which
Incorrect.
understand what that
That's
means.
a lie.
A survivor of a crime
I'm
of
gonna need a
violation
source on that
to
one.
their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room
Horseshit.
because the healthcare providers are afraid they
Well,
might
wait a
go
minute.
to
I
jail,
thought we had
and she's
Obamacare.
bleeding out in a car in the parking
Right.
lot. She didn't want that.
You
Her
cannot
husband
be
didn't want
denied
that.
care.
A 12 or 13-year-old
This is all
survivor
preaching
of
to the
incest
choir. There's
being
nothing
forced
that
to
can
carry
be
a
turned
pregnancy
over
to term.
on this
They don't
discussion. It's a
want
great
that.
talking point for videos,
And I pledge to
but
you,
it's only preaching to
when
the choir.
Congress passes a bill
And I
to
love
put
how
back
he's
in
not
place
even
the
looking at her.
protections of Roe v. Wade,
Love it.
as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it in.
Right now,
Has he
he's
even taken a note yet? I've
Understand,
noticed
Just
there's
shut
sketched
if
up.
Donald
notes.
Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his
bullshit.
Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a
They're
monitor
gonna push
that would be
that, aren't they?
monitoring your
Get her on the
pregnancies,
Project
your
2025 now.
miscarriages. I
Hey,
think
how
the
many times do I have
American
to say
people
it, you
believe
daft broad?
that certain
Can we just drink
freedoms,
once
in
for Project
particular the
25,
freedom to make
2025?
decisions about one's own body, should not be made
Just
by
drink
the government.
tea.
Thank you, Vice President
know,
Harris.
Well,
Professionals
that's
have the
again,
IV.
it's a
Here we go.
lie. I'm
Hang
not
on,
signing
hang on,
a
hang on.
ban, and there's no
He
reason to
Reaganed
sign
her.
a ban because we've
He just
got
Reaganed.
what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time in the big place. Look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They
Just answer the
taunted
question,
young
Jack.
people and a lot of other people that had loans. They
Well, he
can
did
never
answer.
get
He
this
said it's never
approved.
coming
So it
across his
doesn't
head.
matter what she says about
No, that's
going
true.
to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to
I
Congress.
did like that
do it.
Reagan moment,
But
though.
the fact is that for
Well,
years they
there
wanted
you
to
go
get it
again.
out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you
Didn't answer the question.
rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's
So then why are you
insulting
worried about
to the
legislating
women of
against it?
America.
And,
And
yeah,
understand
what's
what
the
has
point?
been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a
So
family
then we agree. Let's just
are
ban
being
it.
denied
It'll be
IVF
cool.
treatments.
Nobody will pick it.
What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health
Sitting
care
on a
she
plane next to
needs.
strangers, that
Barely
never
can afford
happens.
to do it, and what you are putting her
What
through
is she talking
is
about? I'm a
unconscionable.
woman. This has
And the
never
people
happened.
of
I don't know
America
anybody that's
have
happened
not,
to.
the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make
And
decisions
every
on
one
her
of the
own body.
Let me see if I
stories that they
understand
And that is
correctly.
why in every state where
Because
this
families are
issue has
trying to
been on
have
the ballot
children,
in
we
red
need to
and
have
blue
tougher
states both, the people of
IV
America have
and
voted
looser
for freedom.
abortion laws.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond.
Terrifying.
Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do
She
that?
spoke.
Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question?
Why is she not
Because under
muted?
Roe v.
Answer the
Wade,
question with your veto.
you could do abortions in the
'Cause
7th
this is a
month,
historical
the 8th
answer,
month, the
Aggie.
9th month,
No,
and
she should be
probably after
muted.
birth. Just look at the
This is
governor,
the- that-
former governor of Virginia. The
Remember
governor
there,
of
and he said in
Virginia
the
said,
spin
we
room
put the
that they
baby
might
aside,
leave
and
one
then we
unmuted
determine
if
what
the
we want to do.
conversation
with
fell-
it.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now
Correctly,
to immigration and
here we
border
go.
security. We know it's an issue
What
that's
is our
important to
time?
Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently
had to
from
wake up
President
Joe.
Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal
No, you didn't.
organizations for the trafficking of
Nope.
guns, drugs,
No,
and
she did
human
Never
not.
happened in
beings.
California.
And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a
It's in her
border security
autobiography.
bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl.
What
in
has
our
she
country.
done in the last three and a
That
half
bill
years?
would have put more resources to allow us
You know,
to
she
prosecute
hasn't answered the question
transnational
yet.
criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what
You
happened
should just
to
look
that
at her and
bill?
go,
Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress,
You mean
and
to
said,
say
kill
Donald
the bill.
Trump
And
has
you
been
know
more
why?
powerful than the
Because
president
he'd
and
prefer
vice
to run
president?
on a problem
what it
instead of
sounded
fixing
like.
a problem.
Boy,
And
that guy Trump must be
understand,
really
this comes
influential.
at
Maybe
a
he should be
time
president.
where the people of our
Ball
country
count.
actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to
That's
talk
your
about
whole
immigration a
shtick,
lot tonight,
sweetheart.
even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter, He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early
No, they
out of
don't.
exhaustion
No, those
and
are
boredom.
yours, sweetheart.
And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there. And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about
there's that look
People
again,
don't leave my
drink.
rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take
She is
their country
desperate
back.
to be
Our
memed
country
tomorrow.
is being
She
lost.
wants her
We're a
followers
failing
to be like,
nation.
look at the
And it
slave queen
happened
expression.
3.5 years ago.
100%.
And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating
Drink.
the cats. They're
I was kind of
they're
hoping you
eating
would
the
mention
pets
this, 'cause I'm
of the
not sure this
people
is
that
legit.
live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
That's all
As
right.
far
She's
as
trying to do
rallies
the
are concerned,
2025,
as far
which is
as
not
the
legit.
reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News
Fact
did
check.
reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured,
Except
or abused
the
by
fucking
individuals
video.
within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
The people on
this is a
television say
clar-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Soundbite
Again,
has been
Springfield City
done.
manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Oh, God.
There's her laugh.
You know, this is, I
There's
think,
a-
one of the
there's a
reasons
drink.
why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush,
Yes,
Mitt
wasn't
Romney,
one of them like
and John
the-
McCain,
Yeah.
including the endorsement of former
bellhop or
Vice
some
President Dick
equivalent
Cheney
thereof.
and
This is
Congresswoman
not
Keyword
the
there
win.
is
Liz Cheney.
former.
Yeah. Former.
And if
This
you
is
wanna
not the win
really
she
know
thinks it is.
the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already.
she's got the
just
warmonger
ask
Dick
people
Cheney,
who have
though.
worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
The
His
general or
former
Trump?
national security advisor
I believe
has
the
said he
general
is dangerous and unfit.
has contempt
His
for it.
former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people
Now,
are
let me
not
look
being
at it, what
addressed,
Trump's
I think the
economy
choice
look
is
like.
clear
I
in this
just want to know
election.
how long does
And
this
look at
shit?
Give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah.
Hang on, this is an
Thank
important
you,
moment, guys.
because
Hang on.
When I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed viciously.
Not to mention
and violently
Kamala
killed,
has
and I got
lost,
to
what,
know the parents and the
97% of her
families.
staffers
They didn't
that
fire. They
quit?
should have fired all
Yeah,
those
that's her
generals,
turnover,
all those
right.
top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody
That's one-
has ever
that's one
seen.
he should have
So when
responded
somebody
with.
does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books
They didn't
written
fire the
about
head
you.
of Secret
But
Service.
just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history.
Homeland
by far.
Security.
In fact,
Garland.
I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country.
He's not answering the question.
Let in, and all over the world, crime is down. All over the world, except here.
This is supposed to be his strong point. He's not answering the question.
Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse
President
me,
Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime.
And also,
fraud. Just like their number
many of the states or many of the cities are not responding to crimes. Ergo, the crime didn't happen.
Well, I think this is so rich.
I think this is so
coming from someone who has been prosecuted.
I have to
for
prosecuted
national security crimes,
I
economic
gotta get ready for
crimes,
Manorama.
election
Thanks everyone. Have a great
has
time.
been
And
found
we'll see you
liable
when I'm
for
done over
sexual
there.
assault,
I'm sure this is going to
and
keep
his
going and
next
going and going.
big court appearance is in November
have
at
fun,
his own
Amish.
criminal
Bye.
sentencing.
Bye.
And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
Y'all enjoy it.
But frankly, the
I'll
American
listen
people
on the
are
back end.
exhausted with this same entire
Have a
playbook.
good one.
Vice President Harris.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Andrew.
Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand,
not
this is someone
what
who
they
has
said.
openly said
That
he
is
would
completely
terminate, I'm quoting,
inaccurate.
terminate
There
the
is a
Constitution of
rebuttable
the United States,
presumption
that he would
of
weaponize the
immunity
Department
that
of
can
Justice
be
against
overcome.
his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't.
Last
You
run
wanted
is being
mandatory
very
government
generous here.
buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy
So
hang on.
my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking.
No, you said Joe
I have
Biden
not
will not ban
fracking as
fracking.
Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked
was
and
middle
saved
class?
and was able to buy our first home when
By
I
her
was a
definition,
teenager.
apparently.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership.
The question
knowing
was
not
about
everybody
fracking.
got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first
How are you
term.
going to pay for it?
My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather.
So your friend got
And my
drilled
focus
improperly,
then
and that
on
relates to
protecting
fracking?
women and children from violent crime is
What
based
the
on
hell
a
is she
value
talking
that is
about?
deeply
Why would
grounded
you
in
do
the
that to your
importance
friend?
of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about
Why would you do
protecting
that to your
Social
friend
Security
and
and
out them like
Medicare
that?
is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader
What the
who
fuck
actually
does this have
understands
to do
that
with
strength is
fracking?
not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up.
Reboot,
I intend to be
reboot.
that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk
Jeff
about
gets
that.
me when I say
Fracking,
that.
she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You know, does that sound familiar?
Did he just say that sound familiar?
She went out.
Yes, he did.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed
He'll have to
people,
burn up
that
T-shirts
burned
now.
down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, Fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take good things for the environment.
They're cutting down Joshua trees in order to put up a solar farm.
Yeah,
just 56
I
days.
saw that. That's
And I want
tragic.
to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president
Here we
in a
go
moment
again.
of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told
January
your
6th,
supporters
drink.
to march to the Capitol.
Gotta
You
drink,
said you
gotta
would be
drink.
right there with them. The country and the world saw
He
what
told
played out
them
at the
to go
Capitol
home
that day,
peacefully.
the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it
Trump's got
unfold
this
on
answer. He had it
television
at the
off
last
the Oval
debate, too.
Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours
why is
before you
this
sent out
a
that video
debate topic?
message telling your
I have no
supporters to
idea.
go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible.
Yep.
She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent
Over
mob
under on tears here.
to
Oh,
attack
stop it.
our nation's capital,
He did not
to
incite
desecrate
shit.
our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured. And
And
some
4
died.
years later, he
What?
still isn't
And
charged with
understand,
incitement.
the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying
This is
tiki
playing into
torches,
Trump's hands right here, Charlottesville.
spewing anti-Semitic
I can't
hate.
believe this.
And what did
Ooh, this
the
is
president then at the time
This is
say?
bad.
There were fine people on each side.
Ah,
Let's
she
remember
just stepped in the
that
bear trap.
when it came
She
to
had
the
T-ball.
Proud Boys,
Yep.
a militia, the The president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you.
In a world of pure imagination.
To stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy
Who
because you
told her
don't
to
like
look,
the
talk to
outcome.
him and
be
not the
clear
camera?
on that point, Donald Trump, the candidate,
I don't
has said
know,
in this
but I don't think it's
election there
working.
will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not
Good
to his
Lord.
liking. Let's
The
turn the
distortion
page
is
on
real,
this.
but the
Let's not
average
go
voter is
back.
not going to know it.
Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence,
They
will
only
see it was
understand
perfect.
Snopes,
It
and
was
even they
debunked in
fact
almost
checked it.
every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost
a member of the mainstream media,
falsely
a member of the
claimed that you
mainstream
won,
media
many
wants to
times
talk
saying
about
you won
truth.
in a landslide. In the past
Who
couple
are
of
we
weeks
kidding
leading
here?
up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker, we didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't
widespread
have
fraud.
standing.
Once.
That's
No,
what
no,
I'm
he's
saying.
right. He's
they
right.
said we didn't have
Standing.
standing, a
Yeah,
technicality.
no, that's exactly
Can you
what happened.
imagine a system where a person
Once,
in an
fact
election
check
doesn't have
her.
standing? The president
I
of the
will
United
give
States
up booze
doesn't have
if they
standing.
do.
That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news.
Great
And
answer.
the problem that we have right now
Agreed.
is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election.
That is not
was
what he
won by
said.
President Biden.
He said,
and
I did
yourself.
say it, but I was
But
being
I do want to ask you about
sarcastic.
something
If you're gonna
that's come up in the
fact
last
check, at least
couple
be
of days. This
correct
was a
when you
post from
fact check.
President
They're
Trump
not fact-checking
about
him.
this upcoming
They're
election
fact-checking.
just weeks away.
They're
He said, when
fact-checking
I
him,
win,
but not
those
not
people
her.
who cheated,
Not when it
and then he
counts.
lists donors, voters,
Hang on,
election
hang on.
officials. He says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law,
Let's
which will
feed
include
Kamala Harris
long-term
all the
prison
information she
sentences.
needs to answer.
One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election.
I'm sorry. I
I'm going
think
to tell
the right
you
of every
that
American to
I
access
have
the
traveled
court
the world
when
as
they have a
Vice President of the
grievance.
United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
Let's get their opinion
And
on
when
Joe
you
Biden
then
falling
talk
asleep.
in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
How is it that we haven't mentioned
Biden
Israel
put
in
it
this
back
debate
on
yet,
day
by the
one,
way?
But he ended the XL
Right.
pipeline.
Good question.
The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look.
How is it that we haven't mentioned Ukraine yet?
Said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump.
Because we had to
had no
cover that
problems when
January
Trump
6th
was president.
issue that
But when this
nobody
weak,
wants
pathetic
to
man
hear about.
that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million
Good.
votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war.
Hey,
The hostages
finally, we're
were
only,
still
what,
being held,
an hour
Americans
into this?
among them. Vice President Harris, in
Yes.
December, you said, quote,
had to
Israel
talk
has a
about
right to
truth.
defend
We had to
itself,
talk about
but you
January
added,
6th
quote,
before we got
it
to
matters
Israel.
how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children,
Objection,
mothers.
evidence not in.
What we know is that this war must end.
Careful
It
using
must
legal terms with an
end
actual lawyer in the
immediately,
chat.
and the way it will
Whoever
end,
had
we
Rick
need a
Robinson word
ceasefire
salad on
deal,
their
and we
bingo
need
card,
the
they should knock it
hostages
off right
out.
now.
And so we will
No,
continue
she
to
said
work around
if
the
someone
clock
came
on
in
that.
and killed
Work around
1,200
the
of our
clock,
people,
also
we
understanding
would do
that
the
we
same. Yet
must
that is
chart a
exactly what
course
the
for a
illegals are
two-state
doing,
solution.
and they're doing
And
nothing. So
in
therefore,
that solution,
evidence
there
not
must be
presented.
security
was
for the
Jeff, by
Israeli
the way,
people
not
and
me.
Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran.
Didn't
And any
she
threats that
refuse to meet with
Iran and its
Netanyahu when he
proxies
came here?
pose to Israel.
Yes.
But we must have a two-state solution where we
She was
can
busy
rebuild
campaigning.
Gaza, where the Palestinians
All right,
have
get ready for
security,
Abraham Accords.
self-determination, and the dignity they so
solution.
rightly deserve.
Here comes the Abraham Accords.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror.
Oh, nice.
They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and
No, she
distract
hasn't.
from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and
what
wrong
was he
on
dividing?
national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant.
The only problem is
It
Joe
is well
Biden
known he
actually
exchanged
permissively
love letters
allowed
with Kim
Putin
Jong-un,
to go into Ukraine and
and it
did
is
so in a speech and had
absolutely
to
well
clarify
known
it later on.
that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you.
She really set him
with
up for saying
flattery
Putin wants
and
her.
favors. And that is why so many military leaders
Yeah,
who you have
hopefully
worked
he comes back with
have
that.
told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approved the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe, because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this
Notice
historic
they never
ABC
say
News
that to
presidential
her.
debate
They
from the
tried
National
to prompt
Constitution
her a
Center
couple of
right here
times,
in
and then she
Philadelphia.
keeps talking, and they just shut up.
All right, guys, real quick, just give me like 2 minutes here. Half of America is turning off the TV right now.
Yep.
Okay, they're not staying up past 10 for this nonsense. There was nothing that anybody said in this debate that moved the needle thus far. Either way, there will be memes. There will be pithy sayings online. We all know that Twitter is not reality. Sorry, Twitter. Sorry, X out there. You're just not.
Yeah.
And it seems to me with the most of the nation turning off the TV right now, nobody got anything new. There was no crossover from either side of anything. And at this point, it's going to be my candidate won, your candidate sucked. And that's going to be the end analysis. But I guarantee you, CNN, MSDNC, all of them are going to talk about how poised Kamala Harris was, how she was on the attack, how she was aggressive, how she had a theme and a narrative about the same old with Trump and all the things that she's been doing. And she's been doing that effectively, but I don't think she comes off as genuine enough to get new voters out of this debate. At least just my 2 cents.
Agreed. And I think that looking at Trump, she's trying to, which is hilarious considering she's sort of not, that they're going to play that mom energy of looking at their kid as, what are you talking about? I know you're lying. Quit telling me lies. And they're going to play that up, I think, a lot too in the media.
Well, I mean, ABC, if you'll notice in the private chat we have, ABC's already started putting memes together, quoting the Kami Lama, while the debate is happening.
Well,
So,
and that's all well and good. It's all, that's the social media department of ABC. Obviously, we see things like that happen. That's just the mainstream media being the mainstream media. That should be coming as no surprise to anybody. But again, that's preaching to the choir. You're looking for voters in Pennsylvania. You're looking for voters in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, even Virginia to some extent. And those states are not going to be won in a debate in September. That's going to be won with ground game, with registering voters, with get out the vote efforts. That's what's going to be the difference in this. You got to remember, most of the nation is already decided whether there's early voting or not right now. There's maybe 7 to 10 states out there where people are listening, and those 10 states are not going to decide till October. They're not going to decide for another couple of weeks. There's going to be a lot more news cycle coming between now and then, and let's just keep that in mind as we're watching it. Now, that being said, Trump looks like a sourpuss. Kamala Harris looks like a Manchurian candidate. Yeah. There are things to needle them both on at this point, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a nullity.
And I want to address 2 points that JC has in chat. The first one, I don't think anyone in Dearborn cares. They know what the Quran tells them, and they're okay with the lies. Now, the young brown shirts waving the Palestinian flags, now that is a good question. Will any of them hear that she's always supported Israel, which is a complete lie? Will that turn any of them off? I don't think so. I think they're still too fanatic to be turned off by anything that she says tonight. But it is a good question, I think.
Well, you got to remember, there is the anti-Trump vote. Anyone but Trump. Those people can justify voting for Harris under that category. I'm not voting for Harris. I'm voting against Trump. So if they even show up at the polls at all, because we don't know. I think that a lot of voters, maybe voters in Michigan, will hear what's being said right now and just decide not to show up. That could certainly be a possibility. But again, those things and those issues can be overcome in battleground states by doing what Scott Pressler does, going into these states, registering a whole crop of new voters, make sure you get them to the polls, make sure that they vote for your candidate, and getting the ground game going to the point where you're able to overcome past deficits or even anticipated surges that you may think be coming from different segments of the population. The biggest question is, what will the Jewish vote in Pennsylvania do, in my opinion?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania has a Jewish population, I think it's approximately 5%, and it's about a 70-30 split between Democrat to Republican. But one thing I know about Jewish voters, and I'm going to shut up in a moment, Jewish voters typically vote more conservative in national elections as opposed to state elections because they want the social services from states. And that's
We
why they
must
typically
defend
register
Ukraine from
Democrat.
Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know.
Fact check
is he
time.
our president? But we have a president
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President
He
Harris.
has
I want to
been
get your
100%
thoughts
solid on
support
that
for
question
Ukraine
from the
in this
get-go.
moment, but also
Bringing up
as
about
Commander in
lives
Chief,
lost.
if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up.
Was that a
And that's not
capitulation
who we
that you
are as
think
Americans.
Biden is
Let's
wrong on this
understand
issue?
what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. and understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator.
Put more emphasis
They
on
sent
joint
her in to
powers,
negotiate.
I'm just saying.
As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should.
So she didn't meet with Putin to try to stop the war?
International rules and norms. As a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying.
Oh yeah, let's
for
talk about the
that endless
taxpayers
war.
when we're supposed to be talking about
And
13
as of
dead
today,
American heroes.
There is not one
Great pivot.
member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most
I want to move on, yeah,
embarrassing
because your
moment in the
candidate's
history of our
losing.
country.
Yeah, and
by the
people
way,
are hell on
that's
ice
why
water, so,
Russia
you know.
attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris.
I don't think he meant that.
I mean, honestly, I think it's
Right.
tragedy.
How dare
that we
you
have,
people go right to the
someone
gutter?
who
How dare
wants
you?
to
I'm
be
looking right
president
at
who
you.
has
I did not go right to the
over the
gutter.
course
I
of his
live in the
career
gutter.
You were gutter adjacent.
attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember
Who does that?
how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families.
Yeah, that's why
Let's
Al
remember,
Sharpton
this
gave
is
him an
the same
award because he
individual
got
Right? I
who
was just
took
about to
out
say
a
that.
full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park Five, took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United
Spoken
States.
like someone who didn't understand the context
think
of
the
what was going
American
on in New
people
York during the Central Park
want
flag
better
trial.
than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me,
Hit it with the Black
can
Lives
we
Matter.
please just have
all money.
discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country.
He
There's
said
never
it.
been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away
This is
from
not-
Biden. I don't
this
know
is
the
not coming
gentleman.
off
She
well.
says, she
No.
is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it
He
so
spoke
bad.
too long,
that
unfortunately.
she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible.
You're
one
a
who
boomer,
brings a sense
bitch.
of
Sit down.
optimism about what
Sorry,
we
but I've
can
had-
do instead of always disparaging the American
Oh my
people.
God.
I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans. And
shouldn't she be
and
buying
let's compare the
spices or
plans.
something?
I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I
Trump
have
should
a
ask her what a
plan,
tax deduction is.
$6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your
Yes,
child's
I'm
development.
buying
I
your
have a
vote with
plan
more of your
that is
money,
about
just like Joe
allowing
Biden did
people
in
to be able to
2020.
pursue what has been
Yep.
fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers.
And watch those
That's
home
the
prices
kind of
go up
conversation
And
$25,000.
how,
extra.
that people
but nobody
really
says,
want
but
tonight,
she never says
as
where the
opposed to a
money is going to come
conversation that
from.
is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third
Oh,
time
I have
running
to
for
shut her
president.
up.
You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant.
Hang on, it's because
Timer alert, timer alert, timer
no
alert.
No matter what I do, C-SPAN hates me.
You screwed your audience. You let down your country. You let down your mother. You let
down your program manager.
You let down me.
Nothing fits
You
in your day
let
better
down
than a
Stephen
Fig Crunch.
L.
With
Hall.
16 grams of protein,
Upper management
8
needs to
grams
have
of
a
sugar,
meeting.
Fig Crunch is a perfect fit for
What
any
the
situation.
hell's going on here? How dare you, sir? In the middle
Shame.
of a debate.
Shame. Well, wait a minute. You did it. You said it. I got to do it.
Hang on, it went back.
How
How
dare you?
dare you?
Well,
I hate
And still, I'm here waiting. Where are my green M&Ms?
And this will be the
Listen to
last
the
time
Book
Rick
Notes Plus
invites me on
podcast with Brian Lamb
show
every Tuesday.
ever.
No.
I'm missing valuable time.
You don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, "No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid
Oh,
of the
good
Affordable
Lord.
Care Act. You have
Let's
no
leave
plan."
out the fact that Jimmy
And what
McCain
the
is now a
Affordable Care
surrogate
Act
for
has
her.
done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And
They
thankfully,
still can, by the
as
way,
I've
you
been vice
dumbass.
president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president,
Trump
we have
did.
capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000
You're
a year.
gonna say this
And
with
when
him
I
on
am
stage with
president,
you?
we
Really?
will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford
Yes,
it.
let's
And the
let's
plan
conscript
has to be
doctors
Where does the
into
to strengthen
service
the
say
for
you
no
Affordable Care
money.
Act,
Right
not
now.
get rid of it.
Vice
Pass this
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in
you.
terms of
Healthcare
where
is not
Donald
a
Trump
right.
stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important
Wait,
for a
hang
lot
on.
Made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to give.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax.
It is.
And what we know is that it is very real. You
Well,
ask anyone who lives in a state who
hold on
has
a second.
experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also
Denny C
increased
in the
domestic
chat has
gas
it right. Put
production
that up.
to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know
A union
that part
backing a
of building
Democrat.
a clean energy economy
In other
includes
news,
investing
water remains
in
wet.
American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto
Just say
plants,
Elon
not
Musk.
closing
It's
them
coming.
like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President
Oh.
Harris, thank you.
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night,
Oh,
this
praise
ABC
God,
News
this is
Can I
presidential
take?
debate.
Can I get a minute and a half during the break?
I'm muting myself so I don't interrupt you.
The ABC News.
And this is probably be the
presidential
most
debate
political
will
thing you
continue
ever hear me
after
say.
this.
This administration.
Hang on.
The House will be in order.
Make it to where everybody.
This year, C-SPAN celebrates
Okay.
45 years of covering Congress.
This administration is so full of vindictive bullshit. I'm going to cover this not this Sunday, but the following Sunday in more detail. They're so manipulative in their decisiveness against people they hate. That's Elon Musk's Starship will not launch its 5th attempt until November now, even though it's been ready since the beginning of August. Why? Because the FAA has declared environmental concerns that they now need to extend the date 60 more days, even though Launch 4 was successful with 0 environmental impact. But they saw what Brazil did to Elon and then to Starlink, and now they're doing it to SpaceX just to show people how they can fucking union, mob mentality you into submission. And the environment is the easiest, pardon the pun here, cleanest way for them to do it. And it pisses me the fuck off. And they need to pull their heads out of their ass and get the fuck out of the way.
but it works all the time, so they're not going to stop doing it.
No, it works because there's too many fucking stupid people in this world
Well,
who
listen,
just buy into it.
the stupid people's votes counts as much as the genius people's votes. That's the thing.
Unfortunately,
At the end, it's not unfortunately. We are a nation of the people, even the stupid ones, and that's the way it is.
Well,
Here's the thing.
I'm saying
Go ahead.
unfortunate because I strongly believe the dumbing down of people is intentional, and that's what pisses me off.
Listen,
Oh no, it's totally.
let's
intentional.
also
It's been
remember,
intentional for
guys.
the past 60 years.
Listen, I know we're talking about the dumbing down of the people. We are the smartest population in the history of the world.
Yes,
right now.
yes.
So let's not go there for a moment. Only thing I'm going to say to everybody about this debate is remember the focus of an election is a numbers game. It's money and people. I'm saying this because, frankly, Donald Trump did not have a great night here, in my opinion. He had his moments. He had good moments. He had some memeable moments. But the perception coming out of this and the story coming out of the media from this is going to be nothing but gushing for Kamala Harris because she was tough. She didn't back down. She didn't word salad too much. The bar was set pretty low, and she cleared it. She more than cleared it.
Yeah, and especially if you
go ahead.
If you compare it to Biden's debate with Trump, they are nothing but glowing comments with how Kamala's done.
Right, but the whole thing about the debate with Biden, Trump didn't perform well that night either. It was Biden that screwed it up. Trump needs a new approach. He can't keep doing what he's doing here. I know we want to let Trump be Trump. He didn't lose votes because he has such a fortified voter base, but he didn't win any votes. Kamala Harris may have won some independents. It all depends on where they are right now. She's going to see a bump out of this for sure. And Trump better hope there's another debate.
I hope so, because I don't know how many.
He's screwed.
I've been keeping track, and I don't know what he's looking at. I think it's the clock, but I've noticed so far in the hour and 40 minutes, 8 times he's looked up to his stage right, and I'm thinking that's where a clock is to see where the time. He was so drilled and practiced on time that I don't know if he's being himself necessarily, and I think it frustrates me. And I'm not a Trump voter. No, I've been very clear on that.
He is being himself, and that he's being too much of himself. He wasn't as measured as he was during the last
ABC
debate.
News presidential debate. A reminder, we'll open the phone lines as the debate ends to get your reaction.
Why, thank you, lady with the voice.
But Rick, you've changed. Why didn't you tell us?
Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh wait, that's
here again. David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness?
We
Are
are
you a
not your
Republican or a
clients.
Democrat?
You're
The
our
only thing I
fucking
ever ask them,
servant.
are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5
Very good.
years to
He
fix
really
the water.
should have been bringing
They've
this up
had
a lot
three
more
and a
than
half
he did.
years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia.
All right,
at
get this
National
shit off my
Constitution Center.
screen.
I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David.
You're
Muir.
not the
Thank
boss
you
of
for watching
me.
here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from
Get the
all
shit
of us
off the
here at
screen,
ABC.
Rick.
You're not the boss of me either. You're the boss of everybody else, not me.
Okay, fair.
Anyway, yeah, it's officially off the screen now.
So, did Trump do himself any favors tonight with independent voters? Yes or no?
Based on the response I just saw from the Twitchy blog, I think his closing statement might have landed pretty well. I don't think he really moved the needle with anybody that wasn't already leaning his way, if I'm being honest.
Okay. Did Kamala Harris make any headway with independent voters?
No.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I really don't.
Well, here's the thing about independent voters, and I don't know if anybody's thinking the way that they do. I don't know how to think the way they do because, frankly, I think they think vapidly. I think that they think not about issues, not about what's in their best interest. I think they just vote on preference. And Kamala Harris gave a very optimistic viewpoint. Whether she can do what she wants to do and say what she's saying to do or not is another question. But there will be voters on there just on aesthetics alone that she won over tonight.
That's interesting because I look at this as the Nixon Kennedy debate. If you listened to this debate, I think Harris will get a point or two. If you watched, I don't think she did. I think her constant looking, her laughing, and her trying to interrupt Trump when he was amazingly respectful in appearance toward her, I think that will have an impact. Now, like I said, it's not enough to move the needle either way, really. I think you might see a bump in the poll, maybe 1.5 points for about a week and a half. I don't think anything really stood out here as a home run moment that people are going to go, oh my God, they did this, or he said this, or she said that. It was. I think I saw the comment earlier. Milk toast.
Well, I don't think it was milk toast. I think it had its moments for the choirs, which is what what the first debate
Yeah.
really is for. But I have to disagree with you. In watching that debate, Donald Trump looked like a sour bullfrog.
Yeah, but I don't think her looking and laughing played well.
Independent voters don't care about fracking. Independent voters don't care about, I have a great relationship with Hungary's leader. They actually will vote based upon things like she looked at the screen and looked dead at them. She was a bulldog. They will look at things
But she
like
didn't.
and then they'll look at sour-faced Trump. And listen, I love Donald Trump. It pains me to say a lot of this.
Well,
But
I'm an independent voter. I'm not voting Trump.
yeah, but you're not the typical independent voter. You are a high information voter. Do you think that the voters who wait to the last minute to vote are high information voters like you?
Oh no, absolutely not. But
So-
I think
so then-
visuals play. It's whether or not the visuals will get out, and how media has to paint a picture of her visuals in such a way. And unfortunately, I think I agree with you here. They will paint a picture of her visuals as a positive, when unfortunately normal to higher intelligent people would look at it as a negative. So I kind of agree with you. And that, I'm trying to step outside of my
And I
informed
appreciate that. I appreciate
independent. It really depends on how is it going to be portrayed, and ultimately I think we know how it's going to be portrayed. So I agree with your overall assessment here. I think if anything, she is definitely going to get the bump, and I get where Trump was. He was trying not to fall into a trap, and I think he fell into a different trap.
Yeah, I think so as well. But here's the good news if you're a Trump supporter, in my opinion. In 2 weeks, nobody's going to remember a damn thing from this debate. They'll be on to the next political story and the next political story. In fact, I'd wager that by this time next week, we'll be talking about something that has nothing to do with these debates. And whomever that news story affects, you'll see movement in the polls.
Okay,
So
I have a question for you and everyone else. If another debate is agreed upon, does it favor any particular candidate?
it becomes a must-win for Trump, is what it becomes.
Okay.
And I think it favors Kamala Harris.
Because she may have thought she won this one, that she needs to build continued momentum, or because
I think because, in my opinion, most people are going to say she won this one, that she's not going to want to debate again. I think she thinks the point is made and that there's no utility to a debate. Trump would have to really bring it. And Kamala Harris would probably say, what's the point of all this? You saw everything you needed to see. Trump, and by the way, the topics did not favor him. Talking about truth and talking about, and I'm not saying that he's not truthful, but just the overall philosophical topic of truth and talking about January 6th and talking about abortion, for which felt interminable at some point.
Yeah.
In the first hour of the debate, the structure of the questioning was not in his favor.
No. So extrapolating that, if Kamala's team asked for another debate, that makes it. Do you think that means that her team thinks she could have done better?
No, well, first of all, I don't think that Kamala's team is going to ask for another debate. I think Trump's going to be the one asking for a debate, and by asking for another debate, it's almost a capitulation that he did not perform as well as he wanted to in this debate.
Agreed.
I don't think that Kamala asked for another debate. I think she says the point is made, party on the slide later.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. The thing about it is, unless there's something that comes up in the internals that show them that she didn't do as well as that everybody seems to think she did in this moment, there won't be another debate, because if Trump asks, he looks weak. If they ask, they look weak. So there won't be another debate. They're going to hang everything on the VP debate at this point.
But
because
the VP debate doesn't mean, excuse my language, doesn't
It's going
mean
to be
dick.
laughable.
No,
Forget
I
about the-
understand that, but I'm just saying at this point, she thinks she proved everything she needs to prove. She was able to go toe to toe with Trump, even though this was her first official presidential level debate, not primary debate, but an actual general debate.
She wasn't swallowing her own drool, so she wins.
Well, I mean, the thing was though, if you were paying attention, she was in fact swallowing her own drool.
A little bit, yeah, but
Can I just say, ironically, like, I know this is not talking about, first of all, hi everybody. Secondly, like, it's ironic because I'm only 26. I would consider myself young sometimes, young not other times, but she talked about, or they were like, well, this is really affecting young voters, climate change. As soon as they started talking about climate change, my ADHD went meep. I was like, nope. I that's where I noped out for a little bit, and then I came back and I was like, okay, what's going on or whatever. But for the most part, like, stuff like that, I was just like, okay, talk about the real issues, talk about the economy, talk about, the wars that are going on, talk about things like that, and the fact that it was mainly like it was abortion, which has already been put to the states. The fact that it was climate change, which government, anybody with common sense, I know a lot of my generation does not have common sense, unfortunately, but anybody with common sense is gonna understand that you can't solve climate change if this thing is really looming like everybody's claiming it is, and that it's, this big thing or whatever. I don't believe it is, but let's just say it is. It's not. You're throwing money at the issue is not going to fix it. So it's like, either it's a huge issue that even the government can't solve, or it's it's something that's not as big as everybody. I don't know. It just, the things that they claimed young people are really focused on. It made me laugh a little, because I was like, how out of touch are you that none of this affects me whatsoever? I mean, the only thing that, like, that maybe that they talked about that they said was affecting young voters is the student loan stuff. And honestly, like, maybe it's because I'm a conservative and I'm more Trump than I am Kamala Harris. But honestly, when he talked about, like, you messed up student loan, you told these students that they were going to get, these student loans, and that they were going to be, they were going to be helped, and they weren't. And then you kept trying and trying and trying, and it just didn't work. Like, to me, I was like, yeah, that exactly. So I don't know. It seems so out of touch in terms of what they thought young people were really worried about.
Well, I mean, she's 59, about to be 60. She doesn't even know what young people worry about.
Well, and
Her Raiders do, though.
Frankly, none of us do either. So, I certainly appreciate all those points, and it's definitely a unique perspective. I've been messaging people around in my political circles right now. The words that I have one person saying that he doesn't agree with me, that I actually said, full candor, Trump got his ass handed to him, and I did that to provoke reactions from people. And the most ardent conservative I know said he missed a lot of opportunities, but she answered 0 questions. Another person said that Trump made things too complicated for himself.
Yes.
I tend to agree with that all. And the other one just said, yeah, not great. So much is baked in at this point. I don't know. Let me pull that one up again. So much is baked in at this point. I don't know if this moves the needle much, if at all. And I think we've been saying that all night as well.
Yeah. One of the greatest comments I heard is Trump's biggest hurdle in everything he does is Trump.
Yeah, absolutely.
When his first, usually far too many times, his first 30 seconds are decent to amazing. And then he keeps going. It ruins everything.
He is simultaneously his greatest strength and his greatest weakness.
And I want to touch on a little bit about what Zelda touched on. I live I know Orty would argue with me, but I think statistically it proves out. I live in probably the most liberal state in the union.
California.
Vermont.
Calm the hell down. Wait a minute here.
We elect Bernie Sanders.
I'm sorry. When people think liberal states, Vermont doesn't even come up in the first 25.
Absolutely. If you knew the politics here,
listen, I know the politics there. I get the politics there. I used to live in Connecticut for law school. I get it, but they don't think about you guys.
No,
no, they don't. But I'm saying the population of Vermont is 80% one way. Now, it's interesting because I live in the third most liberal city in the state. I also live in the wealthiest city in the state. And my son, who unfortunately is only a junior in high school, has to sit through all these debates, all these conversations, all these Black Lives Matters, even though there's only 7 people in the state of Vermont that's black. And then you got the Black Trans Lives Matter, who we all know Reggie is transitioning. It's okay. We don't need to talk about Reggie. He understands. But to sit through all this conversation, and he talks about, and I hear what his friends. Now, my son is, God, he's actually way more conservative than I am, which is kind of frightening. But to hear him and his friends chat and hear what's going on in the school, because I actually work for the school district, so I hear a lot of the conversation. Climate change isn't a concern for them.
It really isn't.
Student loans are, and it plays well with them. But the secondary item that plays well with them is the economy. Because so many people under age 30 leave this state that there actually weekly debates in the House of Vermont on how to keep people in the state. And none of them seem to comprehend that what they're doing isn't helping. But they constantly have these debates. And it just fascinates me that a lot of the conversation that I'm hearing from the 15 to 19 age category never really truly gets addressed. And I know it's a small state with a very localized, but I wonder how much this scenario plays across the United States. Is it something that gets overlooked?
All right, Jeff, I don't mean to cut you off, but we've got like 30 seconds. I'm just saying bye to the Spreaker folks. If you still want to hang out since we're still talking, come find us on X, Rumble, or even Live 365. But the Spreaker feed dies in like 10 seconds.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think what you're saying happens in every 50 states, every one of the 50 states. Here's the thing about the policies of Democrats, and indeed with Kamala Harris's policy. If you listen to what she was saying, opportunity economy, all the buzzwords that she was doing, what it boiled down to was, I will give you free stuff if you vote for me.
That's liberals in general, though.
I know, but it works. Listen,
it works.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It works, and it works on young people, and it works on old people. There's a reason why Social Security is a third rail that nobody touches, because it's money that's being given to everybody.
Yep.
$25,000 for new homeowners. Everybody thinks, wow, I'm getting $25,000, and then all of a sudden house prices go up $25,000, and you're back in the same position you were. $50,000 for small businesses sounds wonderful until you actually have to put in the work to make the small business, and at that point, that money goes absolutely nowhere. That's basic startup money that really goes into your infrastructure of most brick and mortar businesses, and then you're still left at square one.
Yep.
But they all sound really good to people. I'm gonna get this. Joe Biden gave out $2,000 a citizen because he wanted to win Georgia. This is the challenge for most Republican candidates, because you don't believe in giving away free stuff. Donald Trump is not running on giving anybody anything except a better economy, which everybody will then earn more in the long run. But that's not as sexy as saying,
it's harder to explain.
And that's
Absolutely.
something that frustrates me as a young conservative, is trying to explain to these Bernie Sanders-esque, like, super liberal type young people that, hey, it's not as appealing to get what you want in the long run. It's not as appealing to get to like to not have your student loans forgiven and having to pay them off and that kind of thing, but it's better for you in the long run. You want to complain about not being able to afford a house, not being able to afford this or afford that, but then you want to turn around and get money from the government, which is a problem that, like, it makes, it's not a solution. It makes the problem worse. And they're like, well, it's free stuff, and we don't have to worry about paying our student loans. And I'm like, oh God, help me.
And I apologize, Z, you're way too young to understand this reference, but I think Gene and Rick will. I can never call Bernie Sanders Bernie Sanders. He's always the aardvark from Pink Panther.
Yeah, I don't understand
see,
that.
I'm too young for that one. So
Okay, if you
Oh,
if
I
you
can
heard the
tell, Gene.
aardvark on Pink Panther talk, you Bernie Sanders impersonation 101. The Bernie, it's fascinating living here because Bernie Sanders sells so amazingly well. Because for anyone who intelligent, you understand there is zero depth in anything he says. But the promises are so prophetic that you will follow the man blindly until you wake up and see that he was full of shit. And
Yeah.
that is so much what is promised to people. And I admit, I mean, would I rather work 40 hours a week at my normal job or 20 hours at KLRN and make a shit ton of money with a little bit of work? I'd rather work at KLRN full time. No offense, Rick.
Wait, why would that offend me?
But it's one of those things where it's what can you be promised that puts the grail in front of you that make you want to go on that quest and understanding that
Yeah.
you'll never reach it.
And that's the thing. Sorry, I'll let Gene and everybody else speak in a minute, but
I
I
talk
just
too
want to
much.
say,
Stop it.
that's something that, like, I mean, I live in Alabama. It's one of the most conservative states. Easily, I would say it's more conservative than Texas. It's all these conservative states that everybody thinks of. We probably outread many of them, but
You left neck
I mean,
off. You outread neck.
haha, you're very funny.
I resemble that
But
remark.
but the thing is, even though I live in like a state that's like 70% pro-life, that has like over 50%, maybe 60%, probably more than that, gun owners, all of these different things, you try to take our guns, it's gonna be crazy. But
Yeah.
it the thing is, even though I live in a state like that, I unfortunately am I mean, not unfortunately, but also unfortunately, I'm on a college campus, and so it's a little bit of an island of liberalism in, a red pool, or a red sea rather. And
Yeah.
it's so frustrating because Bernie Sanders is very popular. He sells, it's like you put it in such an eloquent way, by the way, that he sells this quest for this grail, and he tells you, like, hey, we'll give you uh here's this great thing that you can go out and do or whatever, and then you end up doing it and you end up dying in the process. It's the same thing with this. You're told, oh, it's this great thing, whatever, it's this, you get free stuff, blah blah blah, and then it's like, no, it actually is not. It's not as great as you were promised, and it actually makes you worse off in the end. But it's hard to convince my generation of that. It's hard for them to understand that, wait a minute, just because you get forgiven, quote unquote, now, doesn't mean that's not gonna bite you in the butt later.
Yeah. And at the beginning of the show, I know Gene, you came into it a little bit late, but I was talking about I'm not voting Trump this election. I'm not voting the other side at all. There's one thing Trump can do to earn my vote, and he's done it through his surrogate RFK Jr., but I still want to hear it from Trump. He got dangerously close tonight for me to actually pull the lever for him. And he was like one sentence away, and I wish he would have kept talking and going on that path, but he did the Trump thing where he diverted to a different thought in his brain. And trust me, I understand that to the 100th degree. So I one of the things I said pre-debate is I wonder if there's anything Trump can do for people like me who live in a state where their conscience allows them not to pull the lever because they know their absolute vote means jack squat in their state. Is there anything he can say to elevate them enough to pull the lever? I know it's insignificant, one vote, but one vote across 50 states can turn into 1 million, turn into 2 million.
Okay.
It doesn't matter on the electoral college, but is it enough to maybe motivate them? And unfortunately, he still fell short for me that tonight, but he got far, far closer than he has in any other speech I've heard him say. And for that, I will say thank you. You got so close. I hope I hear in the next week or two what you told RFK will make it into a speech, because that's what I want to hear.
All right, hang on. I don't mean to cut everybody off, but take this with a grain of salt. I'm seeing this from Chuck Callisto on X. Apparently, the Harris team has decided they do, in fact, want a second debate, possibly in October.
Fantastic. That's the best news for Trump all night. I just want to respond to what was just said. If that's the standard that you're going to hold Trump by, he's not coming for your vote. He doesn't care about your vote. He doesn't want your vote. It doesn't matter either way to him, because you are not in one of those 10 states that he needs to win.
Yes.
Your state
Absolutely.
is a foregone conclusion.
Yes.
He is not here to cater to you one iota. He's not here to cater to me. I'm in the People's Republic of New York.
Yeah.
I know where my state's going. Where my vote goes doesn't matter in the national context. This is a number crunching game. That's all this is. And the question becomes, how does Trump convince a small segment of the population in 10 different states to vote for him? And that's
100%.
all that this election is about from this
100%.
point on. So while I appreciate you waxing poetic about all that,
well, it's more of I know there's a lot of talk, and I debunk it a lot, about the popular vote. I don't give a shit about the popular vote. It's 50, 51, depending if you want to count DC. 50 votes that matter. And I know my vote in this one particular state with the 3 minimal votes mean absolutely shit. So I know I'll never hear what I want to hear. And I'm okay not pulling the trigger for him. And I freely admit, I still may, when the time comes, I may just go ahead and check that mark, because in my opinion, he is the single best option at this moment. But
fair enough.
I carefully look at everything beneath that election, because that is where a lot of it matters. And it's somehow Vermont typically votes Republican governors. Now, there are Republicans, that might be a loose term in this state, but there is at least a balance to the runaway system that Vermont has in place, where the House and the Senate are both populated by population. So Senate is not county by county, it's by population within that county. So Vermont is inherently supermajority Democrat in House and Senate. But yet somehow Republicans typically vote governor. So I will vote down ticket 100% the way I believe will be the best way the state needs to move forward. It's more a symbolic lever for me. Or I just want to hear that one thing that I heard RFK say that Trump said.
Unfortunately, symbolism doesn't win elections.
No, it doesn't. And I freely admit that.
Mm-hmm.
But I like being genuine and honest. I don't want to sit here and go, hey, I'm supporting Trump 100%. I'm not. And this is why I'm not pulling it.
Hey, Rick, there's a comment by Stephen Hall that is a really good comment about how states turn from blue to red, and I just want to address that really quickly. Uh, a state once blue can turn red and vice versa. West Virginia was blue for 84 years, 76 years Republican before that. Absolutely. But you know how states turn from blue to red? It doesn't happen in one election. It happens over a decade. You may hate Stacey Abrams, but that state's Democrat Party put in the freaking work over many, many election cycles in Georgia, and what they got was the result in 2020. And yes, COVID helped with that. Yes, mail-in voting helped with that, and certainly there were different circumstances. 2020 is an outlier election, to be sure. But the way you turn a state is not in presidential cycles. You have to do it in every other cycle.
What state did Reagan lose in his second attempt at presidency? Minnesota.
It was Minnesota, Mondale State.
That means he won California.
Yeah, because he was the governor of California. Absolutely. So he won New York as well. And and you know why the reason he won New York?
He won Vermont.
Listen, I can tell you why he won New York, because you see this Reagan poster behind me? This isn't just any Reagan poster that they sell nowadays. If you look at that poster, it actually says, I believe, funded by the Brooklyn GOP, an organization I used to be a part of. I used to be the law chairman of in Brooklyn, New York. Reagan in 76 went courting different counties in New York for presidential runs when he lost in 76. He put in the work in 76, so that way in 84, he was able to turn New York his way. So that's kind of the point I'm trying to make here. It doesn't happen overnight with states. So you have to deal with the hand that you're dealt right now. And the hand that is dealt right now, to me, I'm looking at the map. Pennsylvania is do or die for both candidates.
Yes.
Trump has to maintain the southern independent states, being North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. Got to get Nevada. Nevada's actually going to be a hard get, believe it or not.
Yeah.
He needs that southern independent belt to really go his way, plus Pennsylvania. Can he do it? Yes, he can do it. Absolutely, he can do it. But performances like tonight make it much harder to convince a voter that hasn't registered yet, that hasn't enrolled yet, to sign up and support him.
I just want to read a couple of Rex's comments real quick. Same in Alabama. I vote he takes our electoral college votes. I don't vote. Same thing. We have 9 yeehaw. The yeehaw at the end of that is great. But that's the same way with me. Like I need to get my ID renewed because I'm forgetful as all get out, but even if I don't vote, which I'd vote for him anyway, but even if I don't vote, he's still gonna get those 9 electoral college votes. So it's like he's not focused on Alabama either. It just it's the way that it is.
Well, I think the hard truth that a lot of people don't understand is Trump's performance tonight is minor. What someone such as Scott Pressler is doing in Pennsylvania is 1,000 times more valuable than Trump on TV tonight.
Yeah.
And that's certainly true, but he just made Pressler's job a lot harder.
A lot harder, yes.
That's the problem.
But Pressler's what he's doing is more vital to the movement than any debate, in my opinion, as long as you don't royally fuck it up.
Yeah, and by the way, Trump is already out there on Truth Social saying that it was 3-on-1 and that he thinks that this was his best debate performance ever.
Oh.
Yeah, but I don't expect him to say anything different.
No, listen, you never admit defeat in politics. You never capitulate.
No.
I get all of that. The 3-on-1 is going to be the rally call going forward.
Yeah.
So that there was, and the problem was that there was it wasn't like Kamala Harris did great, but Trump did worse.
Yeah.
There were so many vectors of attack that Trump could have nailed down. And in just a very Trumpian way, he could have done it. He could have been like, Project 2025? What the hell are you talking about? That's not my plan. My plan is published on my website. It's 20 points. Go check it out there. You keep creating this boogeyman of Project 25. It would have been a 10-second answer. It would have been beautiful.
Yes.
He could have
Yes.
done so many other different things here. January 6th. Look what happened on January. You want to talk about January 6th 4 years ago? Fine. Let's talk about January 6th. Let's drudge this up again. Let's talk about Nancy Pelosi taking her responsibility for herself. Let's talk about my statements at this speech, which, by the way, I didn't even organize. He did certain things really well, but
Yeah.
he also did stupid things like talking about Hunter Biden. He
Yes.
also did stupid things about talking about Hungary's leader. He had
No
some
one cares
meaningful
about that.
moments. Yeah, but you know what though? They're gonna tell people to care about that.
Do you
They're
think
gonna say that he looked unhinged. They're gonna say he had a
I
sour
think-
puss all day.
I think his greatest sentence he could have said was, "I defer the rest of my time."
No, you never want to do that. Absolutely
But
not.
when he makes 30, his first 30 seconds typically tend to be on point, and then he goes on for that 90 seconds longer that it just frustrates me where he just bam,
He
bam,
trails
bam.
off. Yes, he trails off, and I certainly give you that. But you don't want to give your opponent more time to speak because that's exactly what would have happened.
When you've got
Especially in
a
a debate.
you've got a 90% chance of word salad, you kind of do though.
But you didn't. But listen, within the first half hour, you knew word salad wasn't coming. She was rehearsed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
But
all this
if you
was.
given her more time, there's a good chance there might have
She
been.
knew the
But
questions.
she wouldn't have. She had her.
you think part of
She was more disciplined. She rehearsed her answers, and that's all you were going to get out of her. And because Trump is the king of leaving things open for follow-up questions, all the follow-ups went to him. Did you notice during the debate, whenever Kamala Harris said something, there was never a follow-up question to him,
Nope.
to her rather,
Not a one.
because she gave her stock answer and didn't give them anything hanging for the moderator to come and give an opportunity. Not that the moderator would have done so with Kamala Harris anyway, but she
True.
didn't give them the opportunity. So, again, this is another reason why Trump's performance was poor. He gave, if he knew going in this was 3-on-1, he gave the moderators opportunities to give him more rope to hang himself with. And that's on him.
No, I look at debates, and I apologize. I know some may be offended by it. I look at debates as a hockey game. As a 20-year hockey goaltender, the ice tilts one way or the other. Anything I can do as a goalie to get that ice tilted to the other side, I need to do. I don't want it on my side. I don't want to take the shots. I don't want to. Everything gets pushed on the other side. And Trump invited the puck into his zone so many times tonight by the leading and trailing the comments that it was easy for the biased moderators to put the puck in the zone.
Gene, this is a question for you. I'm not as politically versed as you or the other person that's above me in the on the screen, but
Jeff. You know Jeff.
better than Rick though. But but do you think that his desire to kind of not go all crazy and act a fool, do you think that might have been a factor and that something that hurt him, like him trying not to, get in the moderator's face or whatever and say like, hey, you've got bias and call out the moderators and that kind of thing? Do you think that was something that, how do I put it? Do you think he had that desire, and do you think that if he did, that hurt him, if that makes sense?
Well, okay, so first of all, stop selling yourself short. You have some very good insights tonight,
She's
and I don't
only
want you thinking,
4'11", so it's kind of baked in.
yeah, I don't want you thinking
Shut
that
up.
I don't want you thinking that your contributions aren't valuable or anything like that. You have some very good insights here, and you have good
Yes.
instincts here. So that's the first part. Get that negativity out of my space here. I don't want that energy around me. But to answer your question, there is a lack of discipline that Trump exhibited tonight that he didn't exhibit in the last debate. It's okay to push back against the moderator once or twice. But once you get into 3 and 4 and 5 times, and you just want to get the last word for the sake of getting the last word, and the last word that you're offering has little to no value in the argument that you're making, that's where people start tuning you out. And once they tune you out once, twice, 3, 4 times,
You're
they're
done.
tuning you out totally.
That's interesting because I was thinking the opposite watching. I felt like he wasn't being Trump enough in the sense that I felt like he was trying so hard to restrain himself and so hard to say, okay, well, I don't want to fight it back against the moderators. I don't want to present to whatever, that he didn't stand up for himself enough, like he came across as like too, I don't know how to put it. He didn't come across like, okay, I'm going to fight for my ability to say something and my ability to he just seemed like he was really trying not to he seemed like he was really trying to be not polite but just not
As confrontational.
as confrontational as Trump is known to be, if that makes sense. So for me, I got the opposite impression.
And Gene,
yeah.
I hate asking you this. I'm 53. I don't know what your age group
I'm
is.
I'm 46.
Okay. I know what Rick's age is because he's younger than me, fucker.
You fucker, you brought her.
I want to give some credit to Z here because we 46 and up, we grew in a generation where the confrontation was more acknowledged. In her generation, is it less acknowledged? So they anticipate him knowing that they want more of that confrontation because they don't see it. Is there going to be any play between the different generations based on his performance tonight?
So here's the thing about younger generations voting. They don't.
I know.
Comparatively, they don't show up to vote as much unless they are super motivated. That said,
yes,
there may be younger voters out there, and there may be a way to mobilize and register voters in different places that will be motivated to give their first vote to Kamala Harris, the first Black woman in American history to run for president and to possibly be president. That's a motivating factor. So it can certainly happen. Just one thing from thinking. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zelda. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that's something that worries me when it comes to Kamala Harris is, my family and because I'm surrounded by conservatism, it's like, oh, don't worry about it, whatever. But my fear is honestly that Kamala is going to win, not on the basis of like, okay, she's got good ideas or anything like that, but that my generation and even older generations and stuff like that are going to look at Kamala Harris and the whole, oh, she's the first person of color, I hate that term, person of color woman president, and we have, or that's both, I mean, and we have to put her in and that kind of thing, versus, wait a minute, does she have good ideas? Does she have things that, are going to benefit us? And that's what scares me, is that my generation especially is going to say, well, she's a woman and she's a person of color and we've got to put her in, and she's not Trump, and it's like, oh, it's
By the
definitely
way,
something gives
by
me
the way,
anxiety.
just to follow up on the point about young voters, Taylor Swift just endorsed Kamala Harris.
Oh, jeez.
So that's
Yeah, but
momentum
we knew it was
upon momentum tonight.
Yes.
So Trump has some work to do. He did not do
That's a
himself any
2.5
favors.
bump.
That it could be more. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
it's going to be a feel-good bump, but by the time we get to the end of the month, who the hell knows? If there's going to be another debate, and the Harris campaign, I think, is making a tactical error, saying that there should be
Yes.
another debate. If there's going to
100%
be
agree
another
with you.
debate, then it's all a matter. Then it's a must-win for Trump, and he has an opportunity to kind of fix things there. One point that we were talking about the vice presidential debate that is coming up. As it stands right now, it's set for the end of October.
Yes.
Early voting is going to be well underway by then. Why are they even freaking having it? It doesn't make
They
sense to
shouldn't.
me,
No.
especially the fact that no one remembers the vice presidential debate. It doesn't do crap anyway.
Yeah.
So why are we even doing it? Just get that away. And I don't even know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know really anything as a young voter. I mean, I can't speak for all my generation or anything. I can only give my 2 cents, but I don't know anything about JD Vance. I definitely don't know anything about Tim Walz except like
My
Tim
son
Walz.
and his friends don't know either of the vice president candidates
Yes,
either.
like like this notion that like, oh, Tim Walz is our dad and that kind of thing. I'm like, I don't even know who this person is. Like, I know Trump, I know Kamala Harris, unfortunately for the latter, but I don't know either of them.
Steven with his name from the chat, there may be more Taylor X's than supporters, so it might go the other way.
Definitely not.
No, there'll be a bump from Taylor Swift.
It was funny. Give me a second.
It was funny, but yeah.
Listen. I am red-blooded conservative. I mean, as they come, I've become a lot more conservative recently, but I even like Taylor Swift music. So for somebody that like, or her older stuff, I should say. So for somebody that like
She's 12. She doesn't have any older stuff.
my shut up. My point is, she if she like if I'm not even I don't even like her politics. I wouldn't vote the way that she votes, that kind of thing. But if you're looking at young people that are impressionable and that love her music and that kind of thing, the fact that that she's endorsing Kamala Harris is not good.
No, 5% of her fans voting will impact it.
I mean, listen, it's the same as the Oprah endorsement or the Michelle Obama endorsement. A lot of the times it's preaching to the choir. I don't know if there's a crossover independent voter that is going to be like, well, if Taylor says so, then I'm doing this. I think they're already baked into a lot of these numbers. So
I tend to agree. It'll be interesting how it plays in swing states because there are a lot of uninformed voters, unfortunately, that, well, I like this person. I trust that person. And let's face it, Taylor Swift is a tremendous business person. So if she's making all these decisions and she's making all these financial gains and she's saying that she's going to, everyone's going to benefit from candidate A, well, maybe I should look more at candidate A. Whether or not they actually show up is a whole different story.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to sign off, guys. My last thought on this whole thing is that the expectations were set low for Kamala Harris.
Yep.
She came in prepared. She exceeded expectations. Trump was defensive. He had a sourpuss. I keep pointing to that. He took the bait constantly. He had to get the last word.
Yeah.
It was not a good night for him. And thankfully, it's all about money, people, and ground game from this point on.
Yes.
You can take all the polls you want and build all the perception you want, but it's time to start crunching numbers and hopefully, petty Trump that we saw tonight, hopefully that's overcome by a campaign that resonates with people who will look at their wallets, look at their grocery bills, look at the gas prices, and realize, maybe I don't want to put the person that put me in this position back into power.
So, Gene, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
On a traditional old school value grading system of A to F, Kamala and Trump, what do you have?
Kamala Harris, B-.
Same.
Trump, D+.
Same. I actually 100% agree with you.
I mean, he had his moments. So I give him credit for those moments. He's going to have memeable stuff here. But he just came off as negative and sour.
And I say this as I think Kamala had an advantage that she was following Joe in the debate.
Oh, yeah.
So,
certainly helped. Absolutely.
So I think she gets a grade point boost, and she delivered what she needed to. And that is sad.
The best case scenario for Trump tonight was 50-50, and that didn't happen. All right, so I am out of here.
Hey, Gene, before you bail out, tell folks where they can find you.
Oh, thank you so
Yes,
much.
Gene.
So I am the purveyor of the YouTube and Rumble channel Buffoon of the Week where we search for the dumbest newsmakers of the week. We do multiple shows on that channel, including Behind Enemy Lines, which is a live show Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern time. It's on the Twitters, it's on Rumble, and it's on YouTube simulcasted. And then during the week, I do a show called This Week in Dumbmocracy, where we talk about a lot of those dumb newsmakers of the week. And that's why I'm leaving now, because I got to make a video about Andrew Cuomo's really bad day in Congress. And then in the live show, we're going to talk about what it's going to be a debate, believe it or not, between me and my co-host Ross. He seems to think that Trump had a pretty good night, and we're going to debate it out on the show.
All right. So before I let him go, I just want to let you guys know, if you're paying attention, top right hand corner of the screen. Well, I guess it would. I don't know. It would be top right hand if it was oriented the right way.
Bottom center.
You should. Well.
Oh, look at that.
Depends on where you're looking.
It's like covering up Gene. Awesome.
Subscribe to Gene. So you can actually just click on that link and go straight to his YouTube channel. Click the subscribe button. You'll also notice at the bottom, Schnooks, Crooks, Liars, and Scoundrels, a field guide too, and I'll let you finish the rest.
A field guide to identifying political buffoons.
You can scan on that code and buy the paperback version. You can also find the Kindle version if you don't prefer to spend $18. But come on, Gene's worth.
Oh, listen. No, listen. Don't spend the $17.99. Do not do it. You get the same thing on your Kindle, on your smartphone for 99 cents. It's about getting the word out. It's not about lining my pockets here.
Gene's worth the $18.
I am not worth the $18.
Oh,
you are, but I appreciate you doing the budget for those of us who struggle.
What? I told them about the 99-cent version. Come on, I wasn't being too.
It's message. It's all about the message, not about the money, and that makes you a very bad politician. So, have a good night, everybody. God bless. Great seeing everyone.
Have a great evening, Gene.
Yeah.
Hey, Gene, every time I run your shows, this is up, and so's the other thing at the very end. So I'm trying to push your stuff.
It's true.
Hey,
it's true.
Listen. If Gene equals ratings, then that would be a first. So, thanks, gang. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Peace, Gene.
All right. So, all I'm going to say about that is here, we're going to put this one back up. I need booze. Buy me booze.
Oh, you need booze. Wait till I promote myself.
All right, guys. I have been going since about 7 this morning, so I want to go around the horn one more time with everybody that's left. And Jeff, we're going to start off with you because
Okay, first off,
you're the new honcho around here. So.
Exactly right. I got to get that whip cracked out here. Ching. The tonight's debate, I don't think Trump failed, but he could have hit a lot more home runs than he did. Kamala didn't suck, so she's going to win, unfortunately, with the media coverage. Now, with that said, as much of a shit show as tonight was, if you are a fan of shit shows, let me promote to you my show this upcoming Saturday and Sunday, where I review episodes 4 and 5 of Rings of Power on Asgard North, and I will give you a blow-by-blow, minute-by-minute take on what my opinion is of the show as it happens at my watching and viewing. It is packed full of emotion and vomiting and other things. I bring out emotion that you probably didn't know I had prior to. It is definitely worth a listen.
Wait a minute.
Should you really say blow by blow during a Kamala debate show, though?
Yeah, I got to promote myself, right?
I'm just
anything for a buck.
Together. Is that you, like Jeff, like Stoner Alien?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, that explains. I had no idea who you were.
I told you twice who it was. If you paid attention.
So this weekend I'm going to watch episode 4 and 5, get everyone caught up on that, and I for those that don't know, I hate the show. I hate everything Amazon does about it. I am a Lord of the Rings fanatic, but I do believe I bring a genuine fun take on the review of the show. And then the following weekend, I will be doing Lost Wonder podcast, where I do space science and rocketry. And in coming in October, it will be the 5th anniversary of In the Crease presents the Nobel Prize Awards, where I go over the current winners of the Nobel Prize. And I look back at past winners 100 years ago and 50 years ago, and I talk about how we have changed the society based on the Nobel Prize. And I'm always around producing or hosting or guesting or whatever. I want to thank everyone. Visit, please, the KLRNRadio.com store. We have some great merch there, whether political or non-political.
I'll make it easy for you. Scan this code; it'll take you to the rest of the store.
There you go. We have some great merch, and I admit I'm responsible for like a third of it, so it helps me. But we have some great merch, and we're just trying to grow this network as much as we can. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in, however they do. So I hope everyone has a great night.
All right. So, Zelda, any final thoughts?
Honestly, I agree with a lot of what is said here. I feel like Gene was a little harsh on Trump, I think. You
He's
know,
Gene.
maybe
That's what he does. He's cranky.
yeah, yeah.
True.
I feel like Trump did he do spectacularly? No, but did he do as terribly as like it seems like everybody is saying, like, you know, he could have done this, or he didn't do, or he did this, and I'm like, it kind of, as somebody that's not as into politics as a lot of people at KLRN, I'm kind of like, he didn't do that bad. Of course it's going to swing in Kamala Harris's favor because the media is just, they're the arm of the Democratic Party, and because she's not Joe Biden, and they have little tidbits that they could maybe use or something. But to me, watching that debate, I'm like, Trump brought up good points, and you know, the moderators, if you actually watch the debate versus just saying, you know, "Ooh, go Queen" or whatever, if you watch the debate,
Yes,
you could see that
Queen.
you could see that the moderators were a little bit, you know, kind of biased.
Yeah, no, the 3-on-1 thing was kind of fun. I mean, you know, there were times when I was younger that
I used to pay extra for 3-on-1.
But I mean, you know, going back to the question that that Jeff asked Gene, old school letter grade ratings. What do you give each one? Z?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, Trump, I would give like a B. Kamala, I would give maybe like a C. I think Trump did better than Kamala, but again, I'm biased. It is what it is. I feel like Kamala, people are gonna say she won and slay queen and all that kind of stuff because she wasn't Biden completely.
She
falling
won
on
by
her
not
face.
sucking.
Yeah,
for
she
once.
won by not sucking, but
For the first time ever, she won something for not sucking.
oh gosh, that's really inappropriate.
Add your point.
But I think
Hi Z, this is Jeff. I'm glad to introduce myself to you.
I thought it was Brooke that said that. But
It was. But we're both the same.
but I think Kamala won because she, in the sense that she didn't suck and she wasn't Biden. But if you look at the points that Trump made and you actually like it, when it comes down to the facts, I think that he won. So it depends on how you look at it. The media is going to portray Kamala as the winner and all of that, but I think Trump did better, at least than what he's being talked about right now.
Yeah, so here's my take, and I'll be honest. About halfway through, Trump started losing letter grade points for me. In the beginning, I had him pretty much dead heat, probably B plus to B. Towards the middle of the debate, Trump started losing ground for me because in the beginning, he was actually getting under her skin, and you could see it.
Yes.
As it went on, she
Yeah.
started getting some of that momentum back, and you could hear him starting to get upset. But he was getting upset not necessarily because of the things that she was saying, but because he was having to debate her and fight off the two moderators.
Yeah,
So,
and that was
so
something I
that
noticed.
So that deducted about a half a letter grade for me because I had to give him some points for basically being
Yeah.
3-on-1. But I do have to say this. His closing argument for me, his closing statement,
Solid.
swung it back around because I started watching the reactions on the Twitchy blog and everybody was like, he finally said it. Where have you been for the last 4 years? Why, if you want to do this, just leave the debate and go do it now. And he actually made that point a couple of different times, but I think that was the one that landed. And I think that's going to be something
It did.
that people are going to leave the debate with because it was one of the last things that he said. And he's like, if you're going to fix these things, why haven't you fixed them now?
Why haven't you done it now?
So for me, it kind of went from B plus to C minus all the way back up to maybe B plus to B because he could have
Yeah.
done better. And he should have every time she brought up, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. His pat response anytime he replied should have been, well, if you're going to do it in a couple of months, if you get elected, why haven't you been doing it up until now?
Yeah.
That should have been a point that he drove home every single time, and he didn't
And
do
that's definitely Kamala Harris's weak that obviously the media is not going to point out, and that she's going to try to bury or whatever. Is that that's the question that, like, I know my generation's not going to ask it, but that should be asked is why aren't you doing these things now? You're vice president. Why aren't you?
Why aren't you doing it now?
Yes, you're the first woman of color, whatever, blah blah blah, but you're not doing any of these things that you're saying you're gonna. Why do you need to be the president in order to do these things?
And the only other missed opportunity I really saw for Trump, because that was going to be a missed opportunity if he hadn't brought it up again, because the first couple of times he tried to do it were quick and short and they didn't land. But I think the one at the end landed. The other one that I really wish he would have driven home a lot more, when she kept saying that we don't need more of the past. Well, you're part of the administration that's in charge right now, so wouldn't
Fix it.
that be staying with the past?
My
I-
thing,
And I want to retouch on something I said to Gene that I think he kind of, I don't want to say overlooked or glossed over, but I remember vividly the Kennedy-Nixon debates. Now, I wasn't old enough, thankfully, to witness that, even though I am older than dirt, according to everyone else on this panel.
Andrew's not here, so you
I'm the old dude. But that study is one that has been critiqued till death. That if you listen to the Nixon Kennedy debates, Nixon mopped the floor. And I think that is a lot of what happened maybe with Harris tonight. If you just listened, Harris may have won just on words. But if you watched Kamala keep looking at Trump, kept laughing, kept scoffing, kept trying to comment when the mic was muted, I don't think it plays as well as most people think it will. I think most people will look at that as off-putting. And I cannot break from that depending on the viewership of this debate compared to the listenership. And I want, like I said, I gave Trump a D plus because I think he had golden opportunities to hit home runs and he whiffed. And that frustrated me.
I think
But I think watching visually only, he actually won.
I think what's interesting to me is y'all were talking about this, we're going to leave the past behind us and we're going to look forward thing that Kamala Harris kept talking about.
Yep.
My thing wasn't you're in the administration, therefore where are you kind of. My thing is you're talking about we're going to leave the past behind us and we're going to quit being divisive and all that kind of stuff, and then you turn around and attack Trump. Like that's
Yeah. Yes.
like
yes.
that's not putting the past behind you. That's just like every time she did that, I kept thinking, okay, you're saying put the past behind us and be more friendly and neighborly and all this kind of bull crap, but you keep bringing up about how Trump was a terrible president and how Trump did this and about January 6th and all that kind of. It's like you're not putting the past behind you. You're putting what you don't want people to remember behind you.
Yes. And I think what you're saying is not only valid, but I think a lot more people picked up on it than some may give credit for.
Yeah, that was definitely something that really stood out to me, was like this notion that, oh well, we we've got to put the past behind us, but here's a past event that Trump was responsible for. Like, which is it? Are you going to put the past behind you and be undivisive, or are you going to attack Trump the entire time? Because that's the thing the thing with Kamala Harris is she doesn't have any other policies besides Trump is evil. So she has to go back to the past. But
And I
she can't.
apologize. I think you said you're 26.
Yes, I'm 26.
Okay. So I don't think you're much. I mean, my son, the executive producer of my show, is a 17. There's not a lot of age difference.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed from him and his friends is I don't think they get enough credit for. They pick up on bullshit a lot. They know when they're being told politically correct stuff and when they're being told the truth, and those two intersections very rarely meet anymore.
Yeah.
So I actually appreciate your input on this because I think you're picking up on that. You're differentiating between the bullshit and the truth and picking up which is which, and you're understanding and expressing that she was really doing a lot of bullshitting tonight, and there
She
wasn't a lot of truth.
And that's something that like it just it got under my skin, is I constantly noticed is she was saying, it's like you put it, she was saying a lot of words, but what words were being said just absolutely, it was garbage. It was like, okay, well, we need to come together as friends, and we need to do this, and we need to put hope and healing. And it's like, okay, great, but you're talking crap about Trump, and you're being a jerk, and you're I mean, like, you're not, at least with Trump, you can say, well, he was mean and all that kind of stuff, but it's like, we know that's Trump. That's who he is. He's never claimed to be anything else. With Kamala Harris, he's claiming to be this, I want to love everybody in peace and friendship and all that kind of
Yep.
stuff, save the planet, whatever. And then she wants to turn around and be like, well, Trump on January 6th, well, when Trump was in office, well, it's like, okay.
Well, and Rick, I love you, brother. I'm going to make a
Yeah.
comment. I'm going to make a comment in reference to you. This is meant as a demonstration only.
Great. I'm interested.
Our generation, if I looked at Rick, and if Rick asked me if am I fat, and I said, dude, I know 5 fat people and you're 4 of them, we would laugh at it.
That's too low.
That's insane.
But you know I'm right. We would laugh at it.
People in your 9 of them.
That's
But
insane.
if you look at my son's generation, and you said that there would be a bit of offense as the initial
Yeah.
reaction before you get to the laugh and the joke. So I think that's the biggest disconnect with everyone in politics. And I agree with Gene, where there are a large, significant portion of the population, say under 30, that may not turn out for voting. So, but the ones that do, they pay attention to some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it plays more than I think a lot of our generation will give credit for. We always want to kind of downplay the impact of our youth, but I am constantly reminded of my son and his gamer friends and their conversations. And like I said, if people knew my actual true opinions on matters, I would be considered closer to middle than a lot of people. And my son is far more conservative than I am, and I haven't brainwashed him to be. It's just how he has perceived
Yeah.
and intellectually accumulated his thoughts on the matter. And I think in this regard, sometimes we overlook the younger population because they don't turn out in the numbers that they should. And
Yeah.
sometimes we may be thankful for that. But there are a lot of opinions on that generation that are changing the future. And I'm excited. It may not turn out for this election, and if we have future elections, it may turn out, and I know it will be more difficult if it doesn't turn out the way we hope it does this election. But overall, I'm generally optimistic, and I think we are a lot more smarter as a civilization than we give ourselves credit for at times.
I mean, that's the thing is, you touched on a point about how your son, you didn't indoctrinate him, you didn't tell him what to believe and all of that kind of stuff. And that's something like with me and my mom. My mom was the one that first like planted the seed of politics by talking about abortion. And but then I went out and researched on my own. Well, I saw something about abortion. I asked her about it, and then I kind of went on my own and did my own research. So she never indoctrinated me. She never told me, because I get this accusation a lot of like, you're indoctrinated. You've been told what to think, both from the left and from the right. I'm a college student, so the right can't stand that. I'm not a liberal, so the left can't stand that. But there's this constant accusation of indoctrination, like especially like in this case from liberals who will be like, your mom told you this, or your parents told you what to believe. You'll grow up eventually, kind of pat me on the head kind of thing. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, I chose to be this conservative. I forged my own path, so to speak. Like I got to this point on my own, and the fact that you kind of touched on, like, my son chose his beliefs and chose where he is. That's really heartening, because it's like, yeah, young people, we're not just, yes, everybody assumes we're told what to think, but there are plenty of us that don't just do what we're told. So.
Well, yeah, you rarely do what you're told. Oh, wait. My bad. All right. Well, I think we have pretty much talked this thing to death, unless anybody has any final thoughts.
Yes. So, Rick, are you glad you had me on a political show?
I almost didn't think it was going to happen, because you were like, how many people are going to be on, hoping you were going to be able to get out of it? I'm like, not very many.
No, I wasn't sure. I know it can get congested with 6 or more, so sometimes it doesn't play well. But yeah, it's amazing. It's every 4 years we get together to decide who the next leader of the country will be, or allegedly, depending on the administration. And it's what makes this country truly, truly amazing. I'm not going to use the D word, because we truly are a republic. We get to decide who represents us. And sometimes we don't always pick the best representation for ourselves or for others. And when we don't do that, it's frustrating, and we see a decline in the country. But every couple of years, we get that opportunity to vote to try to make us better. And that's all we can hope for, is trying to make each other and ourselves better. So with that, I just want to say I love everyone. Hope you have a great night, and
That's really
I'll catch you
deep.
this weekend.
So this brings up one other point that I wanted to make that you just reminded me about. Another reason that I'm still giving Trump B only, because like I said, for me, his closing argument brought a lot of things home, or his closing statement, sorry, not closing argument. I'm too used to him being on trial. But when they started bringing up the peaceful transition of power, I feel like he missed a moment there, because he should have said, why are they worried about the peaceful transition of power this time? I'm not in the White House. Why is she so concerned that Joe Biden is not going to hand her the keys if she wins? I feel like he missed a moment there.
Agreed.
But anyway, so on that note, folks, we are going to get out of here, because like I said, I have been going since about 7 this morning, and we have just about finished
Yeah,
our
oh,
fourth
and
hour of broadcasting. So, and that will make it a total of 6 for me for today, and I have about that much to do tomorrow too. So, yay. So on that note, we're gonna get out of here. Jeff, where can folks find you?
This weekend, Asgard North, Talking Rings of Power. Next weekend, Lost Wanderer, Space and Science and Rocketry, and producing for Brad and Aggie on the Culture Shift. And there may be a new show coming on every other Wednesday here soon. So look out for that.
They do the Cocktail Lounge, sir. Culture
Oh,
Shift.
sorry, whatever.
Culture
It's
Shift
12
is the
o'clock.
other show.
It's 12 o'clock, and I finished a bottle of Port Ruby, okay?
All right. So on the way out the door, you can find me here tomorrow doing the Rick Robinson show as usual, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern. Then tomorrow night, full boat, as far as I know. Going to be whatever starting. Well, actually, whatever may not happen. So I may have to figure out something else there because Stacy has to work. G at 8 Eastern doing the conservative curmudgeon, as far as I know. Fubar should be back unless Sam is completely baked after doing the Twitchy live blog tonight, which is a possibility. And
Or Ordy is late.
Yeah, or Ordy's late, which is the other thing that happens a lot lately. And if it all pans out, we should have a Rick and Ordy. Then Thursday, same thing in the afternoon. Then I'll be doing Jen and Rick 10 p.m. Eastern. She was supposed to be with us tonight. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it. So we'll probably do a little bit of a recap rehash on Thursday. Friday, back around doing He Said, She Said with Aggie Regan, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Saturday, doing Juxtaposition with Ordnance J. Packard. I'm not sure what we're talking about yet, but with all the school shootings and everything again, I think it may be time for us to take a look at the whole CIA mind control thing again. I think that's been a minute. I'm gonna have to look to see when the last time we did one is, and if I'm right, we'll start putting those together. But I also contribute to websites known as misfitspolitics.com, theloftusparty.com, and I also produce the Loftus Party podcast, which just dropped today. And I also contribute for a little site called Twitchy. You may notice there is a QR code at the bottom of the screen. If you go there now, and if you hurry, you can get 60% off of VIP. Our normal code lately has been 50. Debate only, so it'll probably be dead within an hour or so you might want to hurry. You can actually get 60% off of VIP. I believe the promo code is FIGHT. It's the one they've been using for the 60% offs lately. And if so, you can get 60% off of VIP, which makes VIP gold, which gives you access to everything Town Hall related for a year for $35. So that gives you access to VIP, lets you go hang out in the comments, hang out with all the cool kids. You see folks like me that like to play in the comments, which everybody thought was weird at first, but I do what I do. All right. So anyway, on that note, you can also find me at RowdyRick73, but we're getting out of here, folks, because I'm tired. Thank you, everybody who has hung out tonight. I haven't seen the numbers everywhere. The ones I can see right now show that throughout the evening, we've had 672 people hanging out with us, which for our little group ain't bad at all. So thanks, everybody. We're getting out of here. We will see you guys tomorrow right back here on KLRN Radio. You guys enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night, and thank you so much for hanging out with us. Say good night.